on Monday to reduce Doug's lead, but the Supreme Leader still holds about a 570k lead going into the 14th session, which is this one. My name is Mike Brady. I'm the VP of Upswing Poker, and I'll be calling the action for you today alongside high stakes heads up beast Kevin Rabichow, aka Crab42. Great to have you here, Kevin. How you doing?
Thanks, Mike. I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. Glad to have another day of battle to sweat.
Yeah, these are fun. I'm actually surprising myself how often I'm watching these streams, but the level of play has been really great, to be honest.
Nice. Yeah, good to see. Good to hear. Cool. Throw a 1 in the chat if you could hear us, guys. Just to why not? Just for the hell of it. Doug winning the first showdown there on the left with ace high.
Yeah, looks like Daniel just kind of showing down the 6 high miss draw there out of position. A little surprising.
Indeed. Does that seem like a pretty prime bluff combo to you?
Well, I think it's a good rule of thumb that if your hand has 0 equity, it's probably where you start. But I know that some players are a little bit pickier about, misdraw, not so favorite to bluff, certain blockers, better to bluff, that kind of thing,
Sure.
which is fair as well.
Right. 3-bet pot here on the left.
I'll get a little closer to my mic. I see the chat pointing out that I can be quiet.
I think that might just be your soft-spoken voice too, Crab. So
I do generally just I usually have it on full blast, and I really need to remind myself sometimes.
12k pot, 13k pot on the left here. 3-bet pot by Doug. I believe it went bet call on the flop. Doug's going to check this turn at a super high frequency.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty small number of barrels here. Mostly just a really good king, and almost everything else is going to have incentive to check. So not too surprising to see him check and also just check again, because he usually doesn't have a king here. So most good hands good enough to check raise the river.
Daniel takes his queen jack high showdown value, and it's good versus Doug's queen high showdown value. Whatever semblance he had. Something I'm excited to do today, since you're here, is have the ask the chat questions about heads up theory, like basic heads up theory, and then have them we'll run a poll, and then you'll just sort of give them the answer. So that'll be fun to see how close they get at some of them.
I'm into that, yeah.
Be good.
I mean, we're assuming that I'm just going to get it right, which is not necessarily the case, but I suppose
fair
it can
enough.
Be Laden thinks. What is
exactly.
Think is the right answer. Yeah.
Perfect. Some of the ones I had in mind, I'm quite certain you're going to have a pretty damn good idea of the answer, but
okay,
you never know.
Fair enough.
Double barrel from Daniel here on the right. He used a small 5th pot c-bet size, followed up for 3/4. How much do you see people use those 5th pot min sizes when you're playing heads up?
Pretty often. It's definitely, I think probably for a while, the small bets that we used in heads up were a little bit too big, and now you're seeing a lot more 20 to 25% betting in all those small bet situations. Maybe even smaller when the pot's bigger, like a 4-bet pot or something. But yeah, that's getting used all over the place in today's games.
That makes sense. It's not Cyber Monday anymore. Let me take that off the title on Twitch. Daniel's got the boat skis on the left. He's going to win a small showdown for about 10 blinds.
Yeah, definitely a hand he's going to want to trap with. I know Daniel gets a reputation for trapping too much, but that one's pretty clear.
Three bet from Doug on the left here. Daniel's going to win a small showdown on the right with a king. 3-bet gets through for Doug. People starting to funnel in now. Welcome to the stream, guys. This is the 14th session of action between these two. Doug's taking about a 570k lead into this session. Three-bet pot on the right. Daniel getting a very favorable board for him as the three-better. Doug using a slightly larger size than usual on that pretty dynamic board on the left.
Yeah, I remember these boards well, like from when I played cash when Doug and kind of the people he worked with were still playing quite often at high stakes heads up. I remember these were the boards that they were just going after with like before anyone else was using big sizes here, they were using big sizes.
On the ace king 7 you're talking? Or the 8?
No, on the 8 7
gotcha.
5. Yeah, just these low card boards and single raise pots. You see that all the time now, but I remember that not being all too common before Doug was playing.
Interesting. Seems intuitive to use that a larger size on such a board, but then again, I have the luxury of years of study from other people, basically. So yeah, Doug does have the nut low. Gonna get looked up by Daniel with his pair and flush blocker. 11k pot to Daniel. Well done.
Yeah, it's a tough call. The 10 of hearts is not an obviously like good card to have, because certainly Doug could be bluffing there with 10 high, like miss straight draws that have a 10 as well.
Interesting. And so let's go ahead and get our first chat question off here because I'm just itching for this. So chat, what do you think is the optimal starting open frequency on the button heads up? What percentage of hands should you be opening on the button heads up? I'm making a poll on Twitch. On YouTube, just type what percent you think it is. Actually, no, on Twitch, just type your percent. Three-bet pot on the right. Doug's going for half pot on 10-5-2-2 hearts. Left, we've got a three-bet pot as well, but it went check on the flop. Seeing some 80s. You got a Mike McDonald poker. Shout out to Mike McDonald with the 69% guess. Very edgy. Mark 87. Denkati 70. It's could be a little low. Some hundreds. If YOLO 100. Otherwise 85. Decent answer. Check down pot on the left. Daniel's putting in a 3/4 pot size bet. That's going to take it down.
I gotta imagine, I don't know, Doug just kind of giving up there with a decent king high or like a low pocket pair, something along the lines of that. It's just such a good board to bluff on, right? You would expect him to take a stab at some street if he didn't have that exact type of holding.
Right, for sure. All right, they fired quite a bit of guesses. So you wanna opine for a second on button open frequency?
Pretty reasonable guesses in the chat there. I mean, I guess if I'm assuming that everyone's playing the open size that Doug and Daniel use, which is like 2.3 to 2.5x, I think 80% is pretty damn close to the correct number. Maybe, I mean, can I say depends on your settings, how you've rigged up your sim, but I've sure. seen something in the ballpark of like 79 to 82%, something like that.
Makes sense. Yeah, it seems like both players are, within 5-ish% of that in this challenge, I would say. Doug maybe a little higher, Daniel maybe a little lower.
Have you guys been tracking like the basic stats just from like watching the pre-flop action or no?
Nah, it's too much work, man. Yeah. that would be cool to have, but yeah. We would need to hire a whole other person just to like watch the streams and tally, It's like I don't know if the value's there.
Yeah.
12.5k pot on the left. Daniel double barreled here in a single raise pot. 12.5k in the middle. He's gonna go for a third barrel. 3/4.
These are interesting. These are the spots where you see just like all sorts of river sizes. So I think the river size is really interesting. I feel like this. I don't know if Daniel's breaking out like the all-in type overbets yet. I know he's been using a little bit of like 150% or something.
Speaking of all in, Doug is all in.
And I would be really tempted. Like this is the type of spot where I would be tempted to raise a lot, just because I know that, there's a lot of good hands that are attractive to overbet on this run out. So when you don't face the overbet, it's kind of looking like one pair from Daniel.
Yeah, that makes
Maybe
sense.
maybe two pair, but like, probably not a straight, probably not a set. These hands are just so likely to find the overbet.
Makes sense. What does get through? Doug's gonna win a nice sized pot there. What types of hands do you see in Doug's bluffing range there?
I mean, he has so many options with just like the pair plus gutter type of hands. They all have
Right.
pretty good qualities, right? Because if you have a pair and a gut shot, like almost regardless of what it is, you're blocking two pairs and you're blocking straights, which is just really good there. Makes it more likely Daniel has just like pocket kings, which is a super tough situation against a check raise.
Yeah, that makes sense. I assume it's kind of a game of like choosing your frequencies right there because you have just so many bluff hands to choose from that like I mean you
Yeah.
can't even get close to choosing them all.
It's the type of situation where like if I'm playing against a certain type of player, I'm just like blind calling the check raise because I know that they're just gonna have like they're gonna be kind of trigger happy with any pair, any gutter, and there's just like a million ways to have that hand and only a few ways to make a straight. So
Right. Yeah. That's a nice little adjustment. Basically a min check raise from Doug on the right versus Daniel's min flop C bet. He made it 820 over 400.
I'm
Now he's betting a
honestly
third on the
surprised.
turn.
I'm surprised how much of that we've seen throughout this challenge. That play was not one that I expected to last all that long.
Why is that?
It it just seems kind of cheeky. Like it just seems like the type of play where if Daniel just says like fuck you, I'm not folding, then it just becomes like a lot less attractive to use. But I guess that just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's kind of what my thinking was on it too. But Daniel likes his small bet.
I mean, I think both plays can be good, like for a value range and for a bluffing range for sure. But it's also just the type of play out of position that like you don't really want to give your opponent a good price, right? You don't want to let them float you with a wide range. But I guess if Doug's finding a good way to navigate turns, navigate rivers after that play, then it could be great.
For sure. 3-bet from Daniel on the left. Question from or it's not really a question but something that I see the sentiment a lot in chat, which is from Mossop7. I still don't understand how Doug can say DNegs was playing really good, almost no mistakes the day he won 300k, but then come around the next day and go on and on about how DNegs is improving and is doing lots of good new stuff. Yeah, there's kind of this interesting effect where when Daniel's winning, you know, Doug's an idiot and Daniel's the best and blah blah blah, and then when Doug's winning, it's why did Daniel take this challenge? So silly. In reality, guys, like the results are not that indicative necessarily. So I mean, that's why you're seeing Doug. Maybe if you're looking at the results in Doug's comments, maybe they seem inconsistent, but they're not because the results are not in that they're not weighted in that formula as much as you might think.
Yeah, that's such a tough one for a lot of people who haven't like if you haven't been around poker for years and years and like really experienced like how much you can win or lose unrelated to how well you're performing, you just like don't really it's,
Right,
it's it's hard to see how big the gap can be between like real results and performance.
for sure. Well said. Yeah, we talked about this on the Monday stream, I believe, but there's a Phil Galfond tweet that's like perfect for this, where it's just like the best part about growing up or something in poker. Doug gonna win a small shout out on the right there. The best part of being a poker player is learning to not be results oriented, but the worst part is not being results oriented because everyone else is. Very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. Daniel 2-pair on the left. He's gonna win that one. Doug not falling in that trap. Whoa, was there a 1337 bet? I missed it, guys. Did I miss the 1337?
I was looking for that. I saw the chat kind of losing it for that, but I didn't see it myself.
Oh, yep, he Doug c-bet on that 7-6-2 board where Daniel just had that Jack 8 2-pair. He c-bet for 1337. All right, guys, we could put that one to bed. 1337 has been broken out. We no longer have to ask Doug about that after the end of every session. We will bring it up today, of course, to reminisce on how great of a moment that just was, but I'm glad I don't have to ask him every time.
Doug must be feeling real confident this week. Like he's going to do the stream on Friday. He's giving away 1337s while he plays. Like that's he's really feeling himself, I think.
Yeah, winning us about 600. Well, he's on about an 800k upswing. I guess that'll do that, huh?
Yeah.
So again, still just 20 buy-ins, guys. By the way, Jimmy, our fantastic stream runner, there's a small black like gap to the left of Kevin's camera, and then to the left of the Grudge match or of the results. If you could just slide those over like a handful of pixels to the left. Wow, Mark in the chat asking when can we see a 13-3-3-7 bet, 13k bet. Don't hold your breath for that one. If Doug's playing a pot where he's betting over 13k, he's thinking about other things. So I don't think we're gonna get that one, unless it just happens to be that perfect percent of pot somehow. But don't hold your breath for that one. Small shout out for Doug on the right there with the jack.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty large size delay c-bet. Kind of surprised. There's a few situations that I'm surprised that Daniel doesn't try to follow through, and I'm just assuming that he had a bluff that gave up there. But it's always tricky when we can't see the cards because we can't see if he's giving up specifically because he rivered a pair, or
Right,
or if he's giving up because he doesn't like the spot, right? And that's always a tricky thing to kind of read into when your opponent is like, are they giving up because of their hand or are they giving up because of the scenario? Something about it that they don't like.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a really big flop c-bet on 972.
Yeah, 6k into 8k there. That's definitely Daniel's bigger flop c-bet size. I think we might have seen a pot once in this whole challenge, but yeah, he's generally been going 75% at the largest.
I think for a lot of players, these these turn situations feel pretty awkward. Like there doesn't seem like a good option between checking and shoving if you're in Daniel's position. I think it's actually a pretty good spot for him to bet, like just 14k or whatever. And like if he's bluffing, he's bluffing. He's allowed to bet fold for half his stack. That's totally allowed.
Makes sense. Doug going for that third pot bet when checked to there. That's one we see a lot in general when the aggressor checks the turn after c betting, and it does get through. So someone did just ask, who was it? Fry Tech. I'm sure this question pops up from time to time, but is there a chance that there will be a stream with open cards? Not like this. There's no scenario where we're gonna have both cards. However, Doug will. Oh, I'm gonna pause because Doug 4-bets on the right to 10.7k. Does get through. Yeah, so Doug will actually be. I believe this was confirmed, right, Kevin? You saw it. Did he say it on Twitter?
Yeah, he
did. Doug will be streaming on Friday here on these same places. No commentary on Friday because it's going to be Doug in the bottom corner as he plays. He is going to have his cards covered for the most part, but he's going to show some. It's just a little bit too much information to give away when it's unreciprocated, so that's why he's still going to keep them covered for most hands, but occasionally he's going to swipe them aside, give you a look behind the curtain. So yeah, be sure to tune in for that.
I remember seeing a YouTube video of him doing that kind of stream, and I forget if it was like a bankroll challenge video or maybe it was like an old no limit heads up match, but I thought it was really cool, like the hidden cards that he occasionally shows. I actually like that format a lot.
Yeah, it's perfect. He, of course, Doug being Doug, they're mostly needles when he does it, but I'll take it. So on this right table, we had a 3-bet from Doug, then a $2,300 C-bet into 8,200. Daniel raised about 3x, 6,500 or so. Doug did call. Got 20.6K in the middle here.
I really like Daniel's sizing here. I think on this board texture, he wants to allow himself to have like some kind of thin hands, like some pocket sevens sort of stuff. So I like that, like small flop raise, small turn bet. I think that's a pretty good line.
Yeah, makes sense. Nice geometric size too to set up what would it be, about a 60% pot river shove.
Yeah, there's just like there's no rush with a king, right? Like if he's got trips, he gets to put the money in. There's no problem with the small flop size, small turn size.
Makes sense. Nickhead, we're not allowed to like anything DNegs does. This is an upswing channel. While it is true that this is an upswing channel, we are definitely allowed to compliment DNegs' play, especially because I know about 40. When we've polled it, it's about 47% of you are rooting for Daniel over Doug, and I mean that's pretty damn close considering that this is an upswing / Doug channel. So, we're gonna give you DNegs fans a little bit of love. Not always gonna,
that's 47% of participants in the poll, though. Like if you're a DNegs fan on the upswing channel, I feel like you're like 100% to respond to the poll. But if you're a Doug fan, you're like what, 5%?
That's an interesting point. Doug turning the counterfeited 2-pair into a bluff there. Daniel looking him up with top pair.
That was interesting. I didn't catch the exact sizing, but it didn't look like Doug raised all that large on the river there.
Yeah, so Daniel bet 2,200 into 3K, and it looks like Doug made it 8.3. So yeah, pretty small. About, what is that? Less than half pot.
Yeah,
around half pot.
It's actually, I mean, it's small enough that he could feasibly be raising like ace king for value, but it doesn't seem that realistic. I'm just a little surprised. Those are great blockers. I'm surprised he didn't go for something really, really big and force Daniel to basically fold like any top pair.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. That's maybe one to ask Doug about, because Doug will be joining us for a chat after this session, guys. For those of you who don't know, he's been doing that basically after every session. So whenever play ends today, which could be after 2 hours, could be a little longer, we will have Doug on to ask him some questions, just chat about the match in general. Daniel going for the turn check raise here, as the flush and straights complete.
Pretty common to see that on this sort of board. The big blind has so many ways to make a straight or a 2-pair hand or a small flush. And certainly the button is still going to value bet with, a queen or something on the, oh, wow.
Well, tough river for Daniel, though he's fairly likely to barrel that river anyway, I would say, right? On a brick river, say.
Yeah, I'm interested in the I'm a little interested in the river action there. It was
13.5K from Daniel, and then Doug just flatted into the 18K pot.
I think I suppose that kind of just played out the way it's supposed to. I think Daniel's turn check raise is very reasonable, and Doug certainly doesn't have a good enough hand to try and he just doesn't really want to play like a 3-bet on the turn when Daniel's very polarized. So the call with the jack high flush is super standard. But yeah, I guess probably that queen being a difference maker, right? Like if Doug had the queen high flush, I think there's a really good chance he jams the river. But losing to queen X of clubs, I guess that tips the scales enough.
Yeah, so queen X of club is just so prevalent there in both players' ranges.
I also think if Daniel had a nut flush or king high flush on the turn, he's less likely to raise, which should just make Doug a lot more confident with queen high. Like queen high becomes sort of the effective nuts, I think, in a situation like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we got some people asking, who is this guy online? I'm assuming you're talking about Kevin here. I'll let him give you his own intro.
Yeah, the screen name you're most likely to be familiar with for me is Crab42. That's what I play as on Stars. I've also gone by Bearwire pretty often. Like when I was, I've ditched that recently. I make videos for Run It Once, and I used to introduce myself as Bearwire, but I think eventually I realized that like not that many people know why. Like I'm not Bearwire on any of the major networks, so it was like kind of confusing. Although I did make that my ACR screen name later on.
Keep it congruent. King High wins a 13 blind pot for Daniel on the right there. Yeah, for those of you who don't quite realize how good Crab is, he is one of the top heads up players in the world, no doubt. Doug said that in his preparation for this match, he played a lot of people, a lot of great players, some not so great players, but a lot of great players, and he said that Crab was the toughest he played of anyone. So what you're hearing from him is very valuable info. Don't ignore it unless you don't want to learn about heads up for some reason. But if you do, pay attention today.
Yeah, that was nice of him. He said that to me earlier, and I felt maybe I had the the fortunate side of variance to convince him that that was the case. But I think I also just gave him a few tricky plays that maybe convinced him that I was doing something different from everyone else. I see Primo in the chat complaining about my pronunciation of my own screen name. Good to see you, Brian. How you doing? And George Turner. Oh man, it's been a while. Where does the Bearwire? So Bearwire was it was actually my dad's screen name on Full Tilt when I was underage, and I may or may not have played on that account at some point before I had my own account on Full Tilt. So
Are you worried about your Full Tilt account getting shut down?
Yeah, I gotta be careful. You never know when they're gonna relaunch.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Protecting your future.
Yeah, it's a name apparently from like a John Mayall album. I think it's like a blues rock album from the, I want to say the 80s or something. I never even listened to it, to be honest, but I remember the album cover because I made it my avatar on 2+2. That was where I actually used the name, was on 2+2. I don't think I mentioned that, but
that's funny. Overbet from Doug here on the right, double barreling for 7,200 into 48. Gets called. Flush completer on the river, plus an overcard. Things could get pretty spicy here.
These flush rivers are super interesting. I think in Daniel's shoes, it's really tempting to lead here on the river sometimes because your turn calling range is so flush draw heavy. But I think it would be a mistake to lead because you don't want to split up your range in a spot like this where Doug has like so many two pairs and sets and like strong hands that can just really put the pressure on if you like break out your flushes into a leading range. So it just puts Doug in a little bit of a trickier spot if we check everything. And I'm not too surprised to see him choose like the non all in sizing here. Although of course he would go all in here fairly often, I think.
Speaking of two pair, Doug does have top two that he rivered. It's good for a 45k pot.
Yeah, that type of hand just makes a lot of sense. That's certainly not strong enough of a hand to go all in because Daniel's just going to have all those flushes I was talking about. But it's got to bet some amount.
Yeah, so if Doug does know Daniel is leading with some, does have a leading range there, which of course like implies that he would lead with some flushes, some bluffs. That is a spot where Doug can then bet bigger with his top two hands like that, sets, etc.
Yeah, that would be the meta game that would get set up like if you made the mistake of I don't know if Daniel's actually leading in that kind of situation. I haven't seen it, but it's something I know that some players are doing, and it's I think it's just that exploitative mindset, like, oh, it's so obvious I made a flush here, like I don't want them to check behind, or maybe they just like saw their opponent check behind top set on the river, which would actually just be like the correct play. And that's like kind of unusual. Like you see pocket queens check back on the river and you're like, oh God, I must have done something wrong. But actually that's just like the way that spot plays.
That's really interesting. I would have never guessed that queens is a check back on that river. I guess you're so heavily blocking the worst hands basically. And they would have often raised with a set or something earlier. A lower set, I should say.
Yeah, so it just becomes like near impossible to get. Like the only exception would be if like the queen was the offsuit card, so you could block the flush. with your queen. But as far as I know, like that's pretty much the case on every like overbet turn 3 flush river scenario. It's just like you're not getting called enough when you block 2 queens.
Oh man, that's pretty wild actually. Yeah, someone who hasn't studied that spot, that's definitely going to be tricky to see someone check back that hand that strong. So on the left here we have I want to say this is a 3-bet pot where Daniel c-bet for, yes, Daniel's 3-bet 3-bet pre-flop, c-bet for 3,200 into 8K on the flop, check check turn. Now he's betting river.
Yeah, this is interesting. Daniel sizing kind of saying like, good queen or overpair, but these types of hands are not all that likely to check the turn. So that's a complicated spot for sure. I mean, it's not that he can't check the turn with those hands. It's just uncommon, right?
Yeah,
And a
for
few
sure.
people asking about my last name. It's pronounced Rabichow, and it's I guess it's a Russian name technically, Ukrainian. My grandfather was from, Soviet Union, now Ukraine.
Doug looks him up with
Um,
just the 8s and the flush blocker. Daniel bluffing with the 2-6. Just like Kevin said, tough for Daniel to check the turn with one of those one pair hands that he's representing on the river. Doug does sniff it out with just the 8s. How do you feel about Doug's bluff catch there?
it feels to me like the type of hand where like if it was a normal spot where he felt Daniel had his full value range, he probably wouldn't call it. But perhaps because of the things that I said, he does kind of feel like it's a little more likely that Daniel's bluffing. Yeah, his hand's just like not that good at removing value. It's pretty much 2 irrelevant cards. But it could block a bluff, right? It could block like just some random 8 high hand. I mean, Daniel had exactly that type of hand, right? Just like 6 high, no draw. He could have just as easily had 8 high, no draw. So that is a tough call, but I would suspect a good one.
Makes sense. Doug with the small check raise again on the left. I think he made it like 900 over 400, then goes for a third on the turn, gets the rue.
Yeah, same sizing as the first one where I suggested that the play maybe shouldn't still be getting used, but it's clearly doing something good.
Yeah, you were talking about Daniel, whether or not he has a lead, and we were talking about that King of Hearts flush completing river earlier. Daniel has had a leading range throughout the challenge, not necessarily in that specific spot. I have seen it on flush completers, but it's certainly not the exact same. But yeah, he is working in a leading range on some rivers, and then on the turn, on kind of turns you'd expect, some paired turns, stuff like that.
Right. Something I was doing against Doug that I think is like a good compromise in situations like that is using like a small lead occasionally, but like not necessarily just like blasting away with flushes and checking with weaker hands. But I still just think it's probably a spot where he should check everything.
Hard to fold the 2-8 offsuit pre versus Doug Polk. Actually, that was a 6-2 suited, buddy, and this is heads up no limit. That hand's not hitting the muck, but
Yeah,
I'm sure you just missaw it.
6-2 suited for sure, and that's I don't think that's really much of a common 3-bet, but I do think it's okay to 3-bet that hand.
Doug with the river overbet on the 5 straight board. He's gonna win it. We've seen a few of those chop pot on the right. Both players have a straight. We've seen a few of those in this match so far where we have this 5 straight run out, or even I think we had a 5 flush run out one time where Doug bet, big but not like insanely big, like maybe up to like pot to 1.5x pot. And Daniel's folded, at least for the few I remember. Question for you is, how, as Daniel, when you're facing aggression in those like possibly chopping spots, how do you sort of decide when to call for a chop, if at all?
Yeah,
Of course, it
those are
depends
super
heavily on the spot,
tricky.
but
Yeah, they're really complicated. I mean, what probably shouldn't be overlooked is like whether or not it's correct for him to just be aggressive himself in the first place. That felt like that was a Daniel was in the big blind that hand, right? So like it felt like a board where he could have been aggressive himself, just like having more low cards in his range, so probably having more 8s in his range, like as far as density of his range. But against the bet, it's super tricky. I mean, if he can't narrow down a way to block Doug having the straight, then he's kind of just got to like guess. You know,
Right.
he sort of just has to like defend sometimes with a variety of chops, and then you know rarely raising would also be fine. It's a brief lag there, right? Guess we're
Yeah,
okay.
we're back. Just on our end. Luckily for
Yeah.
the viewers are all good. 3-bet from Daniel on the left gets through. Yeah, another thing we've seen this challenge is Doug upping his open size on the button as they get deeper ever so slightly. He'll start at like 910, then he'll start making it like 930, then 950 once they're 150 blinds deep. Is that something you see often? Do you do it? What do you think about it?
I don't change that myself, but admittedly, I haven't gone through sort of like the brute force work of trying to like test different preflop sizes at like really deep stack depths. So I can't say for sure. Like I did a little bit of that testing with 3-bet sizing in particular, and I wasn't finding like a major effect. So I just kind of set it aside. Like it didn't seem like the most important thing to be working on. Those things can be really, I mean, unless you have like a team or a server or like people who are kind of running this stuff in the background for you, like as for me who was just like studying by myself, I was like, you know, maybe I shouldn't be spending a month at a time like trying to solve one preflop size.
Yeah,
So
makes sense. Something a little more consequential. Daniel with the river
yeah,
check raise on the right with the nut straight. Not the nuts, but the nut straight. Doug does pay him off.
yeah, that's a nice one. That's a kind of willingly putting yourself in a tough spot there, when the board is paired to check raise with just a straight. But I think that was clearly the right play.
Saw someone ask in the chat, do I think they will get to 12.5k hands by the end of the year? That's actually pretty decent over under. I would say no. I mean, we're a month into the challenge and they're not quite halfway to, or no, they are about halfway to 12.5k. And I have to imagine it's going to slow down for the holidays. Isn't there that WSOP tournament coming up? I'm sure Daniel's going to play that and probably take a break from the challenge during it. So yeah, I would say basically no chance we get through 12,500 by 2021. But I think they'll probably hit it pretty damn hard when the new year starts. And if they go to 25k hands, it'll probably take until about end of February or so, maybe a little earlier. And if they play 12.5k, could see it ending as soon as like second week of January, something like that. We're in for the long haul here, though, guys. Every time they go live, we will be streaming, no matter how inconvenient it is for us.
Quite a promise to make. Saw a question in the chat about if I have a limp range heads up. I don't limp the button, but I actually think it's a totally fine play. And from what I saw, the solvers are quite okay with it. But I don't actually know any top heads up players right now who even bother to use it. Although I do remember, like if you play with an ante or in a game that has an ante structure, even at 100 big blinds, you'll see a lot of limping.
Interesting. Better pot odds. Guess play a little bit more hands.
Yeah, it's
Daniel bets 9k on the river on the right, takes down the 12k pot. Sorry to interrupt.
no, it's all good. It's just like an opportunity to basically play 100% of hands from the button. Even without an ante, you could probably play. I think I said what, like 82% of hands play if you're playing raise only. I think you could get up to like 90 if you employ limping. So there is some benefit in just being able to play more hands. But it's a complete overhaul of everything else, right? So it's basically like relearning the game from scratch. It's a lot of work.
For sure. There would be Doug winning a nice sized pot on the left there with river trips. There would, I mean, I assume you'd agree with this. There is like the should you do all that work, which that's a big should because there's a lot. There would be quite an advantage in playing opponents who now are not used to playing against such a strategy, right? Like they're not used to playing against someone who might limp 8% or whatever, 10%, 15, whatever. And then they're not even used to the post flop spots in those situations or playing against a range, even in single raise pots where the range from the button player is slightly different because they have some limps. So there would be
Yeah.
that upside, I imagine.
Yeah, I was talking about this like the first stream that I did during this challenge was with CG Chris George, and he like was asking me basically like why are we seeing such like standard preflop? Like why didn't either of these players try to just like do something weird? Throw like kind of a wrench at their opponent that they probably didn't have time to study for. But I think it's also just like they want to be familiar with their own strategy,
Right,
which of
for sure.
course is quite valuable.
Yeah, it's a very complicated strategy to implement. It's going to be a lot of mixing in a limping button range. We see a 4-bet here on the right from Doug. He's making it his slightly larger 4-bet size because they're a little deeper, 11.3k. Daniel calls, ace high flop. That's going to be a fair bit better for Doug, though Daniel's going to have his fair share of aces, hands like pocket nines as well.
Yeah, not
Doug,
surprising at all to see this small c-bet. I think probably, I mean, I don't know if Doug's been checking on these boards, but he really doesn't have to.
9 turn, probably a little better for Daniel, right?
Yeah, these are where it gets pretty interesting. Like both players are going to have a lot of pocket pairs where this 9 is just totally inconsequential. It's maybe even a slightly better card for Doug just because like now there's the chance that a hand like pocket 7s gets counterfeit, and that's in Daniel's range but not in Doug's range. And just like the number of 9x that either player has is so small. Doug could have been bluffing preflop with a 9, and Daniel's not going to flat that many 9s. Very surprised to see this.
Whoa. Yeah,
Wow.
that is not something I expected to see at all. So Daniel rips the turn there for 28k more. Doug, of course, snaps him off with his 10-9, which is a hand we've seen him 4-bet throughout this challenge that he's doing at a mixed frequency, it seems. Yeah,
We're talking about how good in that hand the turn was. It was clearly better for Doug.
Indeed.
Yeah, not, that check raise all in, like probably not much of a thing in theory, although I could see kind of the urge to do it if he felt that Doug was maybe like trying to buy a cheap showdown with an ace X type of hand. I just don't, like, practically speaking, I don't think that's how Doug plays ace, like ace 5 or something.
Right, for sure. Seems pretty unlikely he'd go for two bets there on that run out with his 4-bet bluffs like ace 5. Interesting for sure, though. I mean, I'm trying to even think just, through the possibilities, like, does Doug, seems pretty rare that he's going to have a worse hand than call the shove.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really feel Daniel doesn't really deny much equity with his shove. So yeah, that one is a little perplexing for sure.
Yeah, you're just not generally going to see a hand like top pair on an ace high board like want to jam the turn, right? It's just like it's so rare that you need protection with that hand class. So it's certainly exploitative if that's the line that you take.
Right. Doug with the bottom set in that last hand on the right, getting no action. He checks it down. Daniel does not fall into the trap. He wins the minimum. A lot of crab love in the chat right now, by the way.
I'm following. I'm loving it. There was a question a little while ago that I was trying to find because I think they posted it like 3 times and I just skipped it every single time. Hard to find a strategy question after Doug wins 100k pot.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I remember actually. It was the pocket queen. When I was talking about checking behind pocket queens on the river. I think someone asked if I would consider betting like 1/5 pot instead of checking behind. I think that's just like not. I don't think generally speaking the small, like super small bets in position are much of a thing. It's like fine exploitatively if your opponent doesn't react the right way and they just like pay it off, or like fold with almost everything, but you just like don't really want to reopen the action into an uncapped range, and almost always the big blind is checking to you on the river with an uncapped range, so it's not the best.
Yeah, I mean, I guess some spot you might see those small river bets is in check down pots, perhaps, where like it's sort of like you're delaying the flop bet to the river. Is that maybe a spot where you might see it?
I don't know, even there, it's just like, if your hand is so thin that you need to bet 20% to try and squeeze out some value, like it's probably just right on the border of checking behind. And like the only reason to bet in those kind of situations is just to like make sure your betting frequency is decent and you're like putting pressure on your opponent. So like, 20%, does that really put pressure on your opponent in any meaningful way? Like not so much. So I've seen it get used occasionally in sims, but I think like for the most part, it's because the sim was set up with like not the right counters from the big blind. And if the big blind's playing the right counter, then it just stops getting used for the most part.
Interesting. Yeah, you reopen the action and you don't get that much value when you do get called, so it doesn't seem very good.
Yeah, exactly. Probably the only time I would use it probably is just like let's say like a one card straight or like one card flush kind of situation when like the absolute value of your hand is not that high, and you need to size small to get value. Like maybe
Yeah, that makes sense.
maybe it would work out in a situation like that.
Right, because then it's like, I mean, just the board itself, and then having a bet go in, that's already quite a bit of pressure for the opponent to deal with, just considering the texture of such boards, right?
Right. And you will find yourself in spots where like half your range is a straight. So like you just kind of, if half your range is a straight, you can't exactly like bet pot and expect your opponent to pay you off.
Right, yeah, great point. Daniel going to win a small shot on the left, queen high there. Really good start for Doug on the day today, let me say. It's up about 3 buy-ins really quick. Daniel having trouble manufacturing anything on either of these tables. He's near that starting stack on both. 3-bet pot on the right. Doug gets the queen 10-9 board. Let's see what he decides to do. He does check. Daniel using his relatively new 40% size. C-bet on the left. Doug calls. And Daniel puts in a small float bet on this flop. Float bet is when you call a 3-bet or aggression, and then you bet the next street when they check.
I don't know that I've heard someone use that like in practice. Like I see that in Poker Tracker when I'm reviewing my hands. I've never heard someone like use the term.
Yeah, that's I regretted using the term because I was like, wait, people who don't use Poker Tracker don't know that term. Like, no way.
Yeah.
So I had to explain it right after.
Yeah. I only know that from doing database reviews.
Yeah, it's not a very intuitive name for that stat.
No, it's not.
But I appreciate them for trying. Daniel's all in on this flush completing board pairing river.
Yeah, this was a pretty quick triple. If he's value betting here, he clearly didn't have like the queen 9 type of value bet, and it's pretty much like a straight or a flush. It's this river changes a lot, and a hand like queen 10 or queen 9 would probably just be too thin at this point. I mean he could think about it like playing against Doug. Doug finds his hero calls at like perhaps even more than the right frequency. So if he took a second to think about it, he might find the shove with those hands, but certainly not this instinctively.
For sure. I have a question about Daniel's bluffing range on the right, but we have a 4-bet pot on the left at the same time here. Doug put in the larger 4-bet to about 11K. Daniel called, then bet 5th pot on the flop. Daniel called. Board pairing turn. Got a couple huge pots going here, both over 30K.
That queen high board, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people remember. Oh, wow, and Doug he does find the hero call with those blockers that he can't resist paying off with. But Daniel did have exactly what it looked like he had.
Nice one from Daniel there, winning the 80K pot, getting some back on the day, reducing Doug's lead by about a third.
So this definitely a spot where like, yeah, so Daniel shoving here does not surprise me. Like, the ace high board, it didn't really make that much sense. This board actually makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, Doug with another hero call. Daniel has him absolutely torched. Really good few seconds there from Daniel. All of a sudden, he's only down about 30K on the day or so. Well done from him.
Really interested. I mean, unless we're not trying to point out all the hands that Doug might have played poorly at the end, but I'm really curious about that pocket tens hand. That is not a hand that I would expect to block bet with the intention of calling. It's maybe a hand that I would expect to block bet with the intention of folding to the shove.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. I'm surprised to see him have that hand there. That was tens with a heart on queen 8-4-4. We'll definitely be sure to ask that one to Doug at the end. Try to pepper in some hands that he maybe was more clear cut in his direction.
And he's definitely not going to like that. I mean, he's almost certainly going to regret the way he played that hand after having seen Daniel having ace queen of hearts, because ace queen of hearts is just like such a lockdown hand. He certainly could have trapped it against that bet, and he still went for the shove. So like Doug's equity there against the shove in reality was clearly very, very bad.
Yeah, no kidding. If he's shoving that, then you have to imagine the ace queen offsuits are in there, and then, oh man, that's a lot of hands that are better than tens. Daniel taking a quick break, it looks like. We did get some insight, by the way, in the last Doug interview, guys, that when Daniel, so for those who don't know, WSOP.com does not have chat. If you type anything in WSOP.com, it just throws dots up, so it's ... if you type anything. If Daniel puts ... in the chat, that means be right back. If he puts 2 ... so that means GG. So we've cracked the Morse code after 14 sessions, and you guys have all the info we do regarding the chat. And we will be timing anyone out who asks, what did Daniel type? I think it's time, while we got this break, it's time to ask chat another basic heads up theory question. Daniel is back though. Okay. What board are you supposed to see bet more often, chat? Ace, as the single raise pot in position on the button, what board are you supposed to see bet more often? Ace 3-3 or 9-3 deuce? Ace 3-3 versus 9-3 deuce. Have a king 7-2. Good guess.
No, Teddy, nobody's told me that today, but yesterday, a few people, yes. Thank you.
Quite deep on the right table now. 87k going into this hand, 89k. Could see 180k pot, biggest of the challenge, should they get all in. Daniel does 3-bet, trying to make it happen. Doug using his larger open size, largest we've seen of the challenge. Ooh, and that's the largest 4-bet of the challenge yet, 13.2k. Overbet from Doug on the left. Pretty dynamic board. Makes sense to see a large bet from him.
Wow. Big shove from Daniel here.
Gets through.
Kind of surprised to see that because I think I remember earlier in the challenge, like at this stack depth, he chose a non-all-in 5-bet with ace king. And like if there's any hand that's going to just rip it in for 200 big blinds, in my opinion, it would be ace king. So yeah, just kind of surprised to see that he's like sometimes shoving and then also sometimes making it 25k or whatever. Maybe they're not
Right.
quite deep enough yet. Like I might be misremembering how deep they were in that other hand, but I distinctly remember him non-all-in 5-betting with ace king.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. I think they were like 60k deep, I want to say, maybe 65, like something like that. It could be a situation, there could be something as simple as, Daniel like intuitive that first spot and then he's studied it since and now he, jams or whatever. Who knows though?
Right.
Could be something else.
So yeah, that c-bet question, I would certainly go with ace 3-3 myself. For which board are we going to c-bet more?
Ace 3-3 versus 9-3-2 is the question, guys. So Crab officially saying the answer ace 3-3. For those of you who got that right, give yourself a pat on the back. Well done.
I mean, the easy way to think about it is like you're going to bet small on ace 3-3 and you're going to bet big on 9-3 deuce. So certainly the big bet's not going to come as often as the small bet. I don't know if that's the easiest way to put it, but that's just what came to mind.
No,
I say it like as if that's the easiest way to remember it. Like you would have to know in advance that you were betting big on 9-3-2 to know that that's the answer.
Right, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, it's good insight regardless. Maybe not a super helpful explanation, but it's good to know.
Yeah.
By the way, I had another question for you guys. I'm actually going to make a poll for this because I want to see the hard numbers. How many of you listen to music with this stream? I want to know because we're thinking about maybe putting music on in the background, like very faintly. So I'm making a poll on Twitch, so go ahead and vote in that. If you're on YouTube, throw 1 in the chat. If you do listen to music while watching this stream, put a 2 if you don't. You can answer what your general answer is, not necessarily right now.
Seen a lot of no's.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I definitely don't want to put faint music on if a good chunk of people is like listening to their own music, because that sounds like nails on a chalkboard. But
Makes sense. Just have to listen to heads up strategy.
you guys will have to settle for that. Daniel c-bets on the right for his usual small size, or his often used small size, I should say. Checked the turn, and now he rivers the straight. Bets the river. Nice hand, Daniel. Really nice comeback for Daniel today. He was down about 120K in about, what, 45 minutes? In the last 15 minutes, he's rocketed back to be down less than a buy-in.
And Doug just kind of living up to the promise that if Daniel makes hands, he's gonna win money, right? Daniel made some hands and he won some money.
Good, really, really good strategy against Doug. One of the better players to make hands against.
Saw Quantum in the chat asking a lot of questions about Isildur. I have no idea about Isildur's heads up game. That's a bit before my time, and also I feel like he made more of a splash in his heads up PLO than he did in heads up no limit.
Yeah, I mean, it was PLO that he was like 8 tabling versus Ivy and Antonius, right? So that is definitely a little bit more of a splash. He did certainly get in the mix at no limit, though. Roughed up some really big names.
He was kind of like, there's certain players like him, and I think a lot of the Swedish guys fell into this category where it's like he wasn't necessarily the end boss in terms of skill, but was certainly the end boss in terms of how big he wanted to play. So you really had to put some money together and strap in for variance if you were going to play that match.
For sure. Yeah, Doug actually played him once and lost 1.1 million in one day. Though they were playing 400, 800, so it's not quite as much as it sounds like. About 13 buy-ins or so, but
right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, absolute bloodbath in terms of the dollars, at least. Doug will be joining us after the end of the session, guys, so make sure you stick around when play ends. We'll talk to him about the challenge in general, the hands today, whatever else you guys want to ask us, as long as it's actually a good question. If you do want your question answered, you could type it in chat, but there's a better chance if you tweet at us at mbradycf. We'll definitely see those. And Kevin, what's your Twitter name again? Rabichow42, something like that.
It's just Rabichow at Rabichow for me on Twitter.
At mbradycf at Rabichow. If you have any questions for Doug. All right, well, I guess I wasn't going to bring this up because it's I didn't know if it was like public knowledge, but someone tweeted it, so I guess I will. Doug is not only playing Daniel Negreanu right now, guys. He's playing a third table against Bill Perkins on ACR. They're playing 10-20, but they cross-book 20x, so they're actually playing 2-10, 4-20. So actually slightly higher stakes that he's playing against Daniel. So Doug, a lot going on over in Doug's studio right now. He's got several large stacks of money playing against Team Daniel, of which Perkins is part.
I wonder if that tweet Timex made gave Perkins the idea to sit him as soon as this match started.
What was the Timex tweet? I didn't see that.
It was that meme of like the guy with like the exploding head of all the, like the progression of thoughts, and it was.
Now I remember. Yeah, I'll throw that in chat for the people because I know they're gonna want to see that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I don't normally love those memes, but that one, that meme format, but that one was like, oh, chef's kiss, like too good.
Yeah.
Pair of fives missed for Daniel, missed flush draw for Doug. Daniel's gonna win a small showdown there. Dropping the link in chat for you guys to that meme that Mike McDonald posted. Funny stuff.
Big overbet here from Daniel. Pretty interesting. Like, it's always interesting to me when there's just like tons and tons of money behind when someone chooses to overbet, but like not overbet that big, because it really does set up like I don't know, just the dynamic that happens when there's 200 big blinds, 300 big blinds on the table. I think it changes a lot, and those overbets, I think you want to use them like a bit more selectively. don't want to open yourself up to making the pot nice and attractive for a 200 big blind check raise all in or whatever.
Interesting. We got the 5 straight on the left here. See if Doug decides to be aggressive. He does go for 2/3.
Wow, inducing with the 7 card straight. I did think that like 2/3 size was a little suspicious, but I guess he just thinks Daniel would raise if he had a 7.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then he gets to put in that nasty 3-bet, and Daniel gets to really, really hate his life for a minute. Getting reports from... Oh, sorry to interrupt. Go on.
No, I was just saying it's a good play.
Mark reporting in chat that Doug just won a 4K pot on ACR, which means he actually won, what would that be, an 840K pot, so... Or not, 84K pot, sorry. Math. I have to imagine it's tough for, like, playing that third table and the results of it to not, like, somewhat impact his play here. But who knows? I mean, it's one of those things, like, he could be down against Daniel, but then up against Bill, and I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but...
I think when you're in here for, like, the expectation coming out of this challenge is like someone's going to win or lose $2 million or whatever, like some huge number. I don't think that the single table of 40K is gonna... I don't think it's going to weigh too much on his mind, but it's certainly just going to, like, split his decision making up, right? Because I have to imagine, like, I've never played Bill, but I have to imagine his style is completely different from Daniel's.
Yeah, most certainly. I've seen some of the hands Perkins played. Definitely different.
Maybe the pocket tens hand he thought was on Perkins' table. Little induce call for 100 big blinds with second pair.
Three-bet pot on the left. Daniel goes for his smaller size, about a third. Gets called. Pretty dynamic board here.
Kind of interesting with the 1/3. I'm not totally sure. We saw a 9-7 deuce before with a flush draw. He went for 3/4, right? And I don't suspect that he's intending to use like 2 different sizes in the exact same spot, although he might be. Just seems like maybe a little bit of a slip in his sizing choice there.
Yeah, those are 2 pretty similar boards. Interesting to see him use 2 different sizes. By the way, I've seen a lot of people ask, like, how is Doug even, or when he was up a little bit, how is he up when the stacks don't really look that way? It's just because Daniel's in for more money right now. So you can't just... It's not as simple as just adding up both of the stacks and subtracting them from each other, guys. It's a little bit more complicated than that, because you have to know what they're in for. So that's why the current results may not line up with what you think based on the stack, or what you would expect. 3-bet on the left from Daniel.
Saw a couple of people asking in the chat what, like, basically what I'm playing or what the highest I played. I haven't actually played like a ton of heads up recently, but I did play that 50-100 challenge on Run It Once like 3 or 4 months ago now. So that's probably the biggest stakes that I've played like frequently, but I've played a handful of 100, 200 as well online. But 50-100 has been like kind of the biggest stake that I played a large number of hands at. But yeah, heads up, not exactly my like primary game today. I play a lot of tournaments at the moment, but it's also just, there's not a lot of heads up games unless you're challenging people on Twitter to play you for millions.
And prefacing that challenge with a multi-year troll.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to have that much time,
Yeah, I've had people telling me that I need to make more enemies if I want to get heads up action, but I have not been successful at doing that thus far in my career.
Yeah, you don't strike me as the type of guy to make a lot of enemies.
For better or for worse, I suppose.
Indeed. 3-bet on the left from Doug. It's using the slightly larger bet on the 6-6-5 board, 5,500 to 82. Daniel's going to win a small showdown with a straight on the right table there. Did see someone say they came back and were wondering what happened, because they likely left when Doug was up about 120K, and now he's about even. Daniel just won a couple stacks. Doug Hero called him a couple times, once with tens on a queen 8-4-4 board, and Daniel had ace queen with a flush draw, so Doug was super cooked. And the other one was another. It was another hero call from Doug that did not go well, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was that queen 10-9 two-tone board. Doug just check calls 3 streets all in with pocket jacks. The river completed the front door flush, and Doug had the blocker to the flush as well.
Daniel did have the flop straight on that one, King Jack of Hearts on Queen 10-9 two clubs, so he got the full stack there, and then just a few other like medium pots, and that's how we've gotten to the point where now Daniel's probably up a little bit on the challenge, on the session, I should say.
Have to say, like, I'm not a big fan of Doug's call there with pocket jacks. Like, it certainly looks like the type of hand that's supposed to click call, just because it has such good removal on the nut hands. But it's also really going to suffer from blocking bluffing hands as well. So it's a tricky type of hand. It's just like sort of hard to get into that spot without that type of blocker. Just like so likely to arrive at the river with like at least one jack in your hand, a pair with a jack, at least one king in your hand. Like it's just not common that you get to the river without that type of blocker going on. So I don't
Right,
think
and
it's a
he
clear-cut
wants Daniel to
situation.
have a hand like Ace Jack, right? Like Ace Jack
Yeah,
is probably the heart of Daniel's bluffing range. So
yeah.
3-bet pot on the left here. Daniel checks the flop. Doug checks back. Daniel checks for a second time on the turn. Doug puts in 2/3, 5.5 into 8. Daniel calls 4 straight river. Interesting card.
Yeah, this was check on the flop, you said?
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely a really good river for Doug's range here, although there's just like a lot of overlap between both of their ranges when Daniel takes this line.
What size do you expect to see here from Doug if he bets?
Well, now I'm biased by what he bet.
Of course.
I was not expecting something bigger than 3/4. I think going bigger than 3/4, like even with just having the nut straight, it just starts to get ambitious. It's kind of like what I said before. Like there's just certain spots where you have a straight so much that you can't really push it too far. Uh, Also, Daniel has a straight often enough that you don't want to just bet so big with your bluffs that you're running into it every time. So it kind of works both ways. This half pot seems good. It may be slightly small, considering I think he probably just has a straight or he doesn't. But maybe there's a chance he found the thin value bet there because he might know something about Daniel's turn range that I don't.
Interesting. On the right, we have a pretty interesting pot developing, or it's basically developed already. Doug 3-bet for his smaller 3-bet size to 3,700, bet 1,300, very small bet on the flop into like 7,500. Daniel called, turn, Doug check raised with the nut flush. First Daniel's small bet, and the river goes check, check. Doug does not like that double paired run out when he flops the nut flush, but I'm sure he's happy to still win the showdown.
Yeah, that one's I like that flop bet a lot. I think that's a cool sizing that probably, got thrown into the game with all the solver work that Doug's been doing recently. It's hard to defend against really tiny bets on those like 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight boards because you're just sometimes going to have like ace high, no pair, no draw, king high, no pair, no draw, pocket fours, no flush draw, right? Like these hands are just in such a bad spot facing any size. Like that play is, I mean, I especially like it with the nut flush because it induces some action from a lot of hands that think they're good as well.
For sure.
But I would like it just with a stone bluff with just king 6 off or whatever.
Doug putting in the check raise on the left here.
Huge turn sizing here, like almost straight away just claiming that he has a turn straight.
Daniel calls, very interesting river, completes the front door flush. Doug likely to have an all-in sizing here.
Yeah, I don't think even though the third diamond is not ideal for a hand like queen 8 or something, I don't think you break off with just one SPR. I don't think you decide like to pick a different sizing here. You just don't need that much equity to jam from out of position.
Doug does check the river. Daniel puts in the all-in bet, and Doug folds. Nice pot to Daniel there.
So
Mike
probably
Schumach.
just
Oh,
like
sorry,
some pair he turned into a bluff most likely on the turn. He just felt it was too strong to bluff on the river.
Mike Too Much suggesting a very dangerous drinking game with me and Crab in the booth. Do a shot every time Mike Brady says makes sense. I will be saying makes sense a lot today with Crab in the booth with me. He's going to say a lot of things, and they're often going to have sense, and I'm going to make that clear.
Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. I can't, but I'm seeing Primo in the chat saying he's never heard the term front door flush. I find that impossible to believe. How have you never heard the term front door flush?
Yeah, that's a pure lie. Get those lies out of here, Primo.
Doesn't seem like he's the only one though. It doesn't. Different from a flopped flush. Just talking about, if you have a two-tone board on the turn, there's both a front door and a back door flush draw. You need to specify which one is which. I thought this was just like standard stuff.
I thought it was too. I mean, I think what might cause that to be like an unknown term or little known term is like you don't often need the adjective front door when you're talking about a flush draw on the flop. You just say I have a flush draw.
Right. You've either got a flush draw or you've got a backdoor flush draw because you're speaking from the flop.
Right. Yeah. So it's a very specific scenario where you have to get to the river or the turn where there's both. There has to be both types of you have to be in a situation where there's two flush draws on the turn. Then you say, then you have to specify between them.
Makes sense.
So yeah, it makes sense that it would be rare. Oh, there you go. It makes sense from Kevin. 5,500 to 8K in this 3-bet pot on the left. 4 diamonds bring some extra draws. 20K in the middle.
Pretty similar spot to that one that Daniel had earlier, where I was suggesting the just kind of like big but uncomfortably big sizing if you are going to be betting.
And then still have bet folds despite it being like a huge portion of your stack, right?
I mean, you can also just like you'll see the solver doing bet calls there with just like, the king jack of diamonds, just because what else are you going to do? And like it doesn't just want to create its own range for king jack of diamonds because like nothing else wants to, go all in, for example. But yeah, it just makes a lot of sense if you've got ace queen, if you've got kings. And then if you've also just got like, I don't know, ace 5 suited in hearts, like you're not going to want to jam with ace 5 suited as a bluff. You'd rather just bet, 2/3 pot.
Daniel is all in here. Doug folds. Another nice one to Daniel.
Always interesting, like what gets check called there on the turn after a big flop C bet. I remember Doug being someone who was very capable of just having like a bluff hand that decided that it wanted to start check calling, which is not something that you see very often, but certainly could make sense if he just like turned 4th pair, or if he was bluffing with ace high and then got like the super clean turn card and decided like, oh, I'm just going to bluff catch with this instead. Like he was thinking about bluffing on maybe a jack on the turn, but the 4 comes and he's like, never mind, I'll just bluff catch.
Could definitely see it. I'm trying to think of synonyms for make sense now too. Like the chat's in my head. Rent free, boys. You got in there. Couple single raise pots here.
Chat's saying Daniel had king high flush in that hand where Doug had the ace high flush, and he bet like 1/7 pot on the flop. So very unlucky run out there for Doug to have the board paired twice.
Confirmed king high flush. How would they know?
Said that Daniel tweeted it.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Yeah, he tweeted it 4 minutes ago.
We saw Doug get really bailed out in a similar one a couple sessions ago where he had queen 10 of diamonds and the board was like ace 7-3 in a 3-bet pot, ace 7-3 2 diamonds turn diamond, and Doug had queen 10 of diamonds, Daniel had like king x of diamonds, so Doug was getting super coolered. Then the river was a 4th diamond that paired the board, so Doug was able to get away relatively cheap, though it still somehow went bet call on the river because it checked to Daniel, who bet like a fifth pot, and then Doug went for a thin value raise. So he still lost quite a bit, but not the stacks like he would have.
Pretty interesting on this red table. Doug's pretty consistent in just not check raising very big in general. Here, like Daniel bet 40% pot on the flop, and then he just goes for a 3x sizing. I don't know if this is, related to being 200 big blinds deep, or if he's just like across the board really not using big check raises.
Yeah, it could potentially be some sort of way he's approaching Daniel specifically. Decent sized turn bet from Daniel once Doug checks after check raising on the turn. Doug does call, get the 6 of clubs on the river.
So this club could definitely be good for Doug's range. There's a number of pair plus backdoor hands that might check raise the flop and then decide to check the turn. Although with the quick check fold, I guess he just had the wrong suit.
So by our count, guys, right now Daniel is in for about 220 or so, maybe 215, 210. So whatever Daniel's stacks are, you could subtract that number, about 215k, 210k. That's what he's up roughly. That's at least what we're basing that thing in the center on, which is just an estimate. If you do want the hard totals after the session, which I don't blame you, we'll usually get them from Doug in the interview because he could just check his balance, but he'll also tweet them out. And then we'll also put them on the tracking page, upswingpoker.com/HU for Grudge. It's the link on the middle bottom of your screen. Go ahead over there if you want to see recaps of all the sessions. There's links to watch all the sessions as well. The graph of the session, the graph of the challenge so far. And there's also a button to get answers to some frequently asked questions about the challenge, like why aren't there hole cards? Are there side bets? Things like that. So if you have any questions that you think people are probably commonly asking about this challenge, go check that out. Probably get the answer. A couple more single raise pots here, both of which the button C bet and the big blind called.
Doomguard asking if I bet on the match. I do have a pretty substantial bet on Doug for the full duration of the match.
Backdoor 2 pair for Doug on the left. He's going to win that one. People still just brainstorming synonyms for make sense in the chat here.
They're pretty good. I think they've exhausted it. I don't think there's any more ways to say it.
Yeah, probably not. Feel free to stop throwing them out there, guys. Occam's Razor with a really important question. I heard that WSOP is refunding the rake. How does DNegs feel about this? I'm sure he's torn. Because he is getting some money back, but on the other hand, well, you guys know. While Daniel's sitting out, I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back.
Cool. So for anyone in the chat, I know I missed a ton of comments earlier on, but thanks for everyone who was sending me a question. If you're still here, feel free to do that now, as I've certainly got some time. Thanks, George, although I'm not playing. Oh, what am I playing? I'm playing a lot of online tournaments lately. I spent most of 2019 traveling for live tournaments. I was thinking that was going to kind of be my thing. And I was trying to play like a lot of the main events, the WPTs, the party poker stuff, PCA, all that. And then, traveling's kind of out the window now. So I just shifted all of that online. But of course, still playing heads up when I can. I still study heads up a lot. I still work with a lot of heads up students and 6max cash students. So I'm pretty involved in that game, even though I don't play on stars all that frequently. And a bunch of people asking if I'm taking challenges or if I laid Doug a big blind per 100. I did not. I thought Doug played really well when we played, and I wasn't exactly just like dying to get extra heads up action. I've had a few people come my way trying to set up challenges, but I thought the Run It Once, the Legend Showdown that I played was just a really fun format as these guys are getting back to the tables. But the whole like challenge format has not really been a thing for me in the past. That group challenge or like the league format I thought was pretty fun, and I would definitely do that again if it was set up.
You shipped that, right?
I did, yeah.
Nice job.
I was so lucky. I was like 30K, 3 buy-ins down with like basically no time left and got it all in with 2 outs on the flop and got there, and then just like from after that hand I was close enough that I could put a lot of pressure on because Paulie wanted to lock up the side bet. So I think I played pretty well in that like home stretch and was able to take the lead near the end. That was pretty sweet.
Nice. Yeah, it's an interesting spot. It's like it's almost like a tournament situation meets a cash game situation where you're like
Yeah.
playing for something that's not just on the table when you have those side bets and things like that.
Yeah, I think I was pretty lucky to have like spent a lot of time studying tournaments in like the year leading up to that because I don't think I would have played that spot quite as well if I hadn't been doing that. I don't think I would have been thinking about it the right way. And that definitely showed for some of the guys like they weren't there to play the tournament format. They were there to just like grind cash, and if they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. They didn't really care, right?
Yeah, so they sort of gave it up at the margins a little bit.
I mean, Paulie was definitely mindful of it. Like he plays a lot of tournaments as well, so he was obviously trying to take. He made some huge adjustments. He made like a ridiculous fold against me while he had the lead. I was pretty upset because I had aces on a king high board, 3-bet pot, and I bet like huge sizing. I bet like overbet. I think it was maybe probably 2K into 1500 or whatever the right sizing was for 50-100, and he just folded king jack on the flop. on king high board, and I'm watching the cards up replay off to the side like while it goes, and I see king jack. I'm like, are you fucking are you kidding me? Because I was down like 15 or 20K. Like I needed every pot I could get, right? And I finally have him dead, and he just folds the flop.
Man, that is nuts.
It was a sick play though.
Yeah, seems smart. Pair of fives going to win it for Doug on the left there.
It's pretty interesting. There's like, there's way more discussion now than probably ever at like what the big blind per 100 win rate is between different heads up players, because everyone's trying to get like, they're either trying to set a price for a bet or they're trying to like lay a few big blinds per 100 to see if it's worth playing or this and that. And it's pretty hard to estimate your edge against a specific player.
Yeah, no kidding.
I guess consensus in the betting market seems to be that Doug's like a 10 big blind favorite ish or something, but like even now it's pretty hard to say exactly what his edge is.
Yeah, I agree. I think it could be higher and it could be lower. It's really hard to say.
But I did get kind of excited to see that Doug said if any of the top players gave him 5 big blinds per 100 that he would play, because that's well, it's just good for the game if we get more matches.
For sure. Where do you? So you said you don't play too much heads up these days, but if you were to play heads up tomorrow or whatever, what site would it be on generally?
Probably on Stars. I like the Stars lobby system for heads up more than basically any other site that runs it regularly. Like it's cool that on ACR, for example, like Doug was able to set up private tables and you could just like go and play, at whatever their price is in a private system. But like most, say like a party poker or like I forget what other sites offer it. I think iPoker has it for like 510 and below, but like these big lobby systems where there's just like a mess of people and maybe they're anonymous, maybe their screen names are shown, and you kind of have to like win your spot in the lobby to open sit. It's just like a full-time job to just like manage the lobby. Whereas on Stars, you just like you sit down, you join the pool, you play the pool. and the pool rotates. It's a Zoom format. You play whoever's there, and it's just kind of like, if more people want to join, if a recreational player wants to join, they just join and they play everyone, and that's like, I think that's maybe the best system we have in terms of like healthy ecosystem. So that's my I mean, especially as someone who just doesn't focus that much on the heads up grind anymore. But like, I still think I have an edge in a lot of games. That's like the best format for me personally, because I don't have like any time commitment. I can just jump in for 2 hours and then leave.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I had not really thought about that. I stopped playing heads up. Well, I stopped playing poker kind of altogether because around the same time Stars made that change to the lobby, switched from the sort of like Bum Hunter Central with like 900 tables of each stake to all Zoom heads up. That was around when they were launching Upswing, so I hopped on that train. But I remember at the time being not so happy because I really liked playing those guys that the 25th best 3-6 player in the lobby or whatever. I really liked getting the chance to play them, but that's
Yeah.
gone, unfortunately. But yeah,
I mean,
it's definitely healthier for the ecosystem. And in retrospect, I think I now think it's a good move.
yeah, don't get me wrong. I had a ton of fun in those lobby dynamics for many years. There was a lot. Yeah, there was a lot of like meta game going on with who you played and when you sat them and how many tables, and it could create for some matches that would never otherwise run, for sure.
3-bet pot on the right. Daniel checks to Doug, who puts in a 40%-ish pot sized bet. Maybe a little smaller. Second check from Daniel.
Pretty interesting spot for just like how Doug decides to bluff in these situations. I think traditional logic would just have you bluffing draws, but there's a lot of them to choose from, and he's not. He kind of wants to start representing just like 2 pair plus right away on the turn. I think that's typically what we would have seen, is just like a big turn bet. With Daniel betting here, I have to imagine he's representing an ace, and I think he represents it quite well. It's tough to find bluffs in Daniel's position here. You have to either check call a draw on the flop, or you have to bluff with king high, pretty much.
Interesting line from Daniel there.
Not that he can't do that, just speculating as to whether he will is basically Doug's decision there if he has like a 10 or something. George talking about the bottom table in heads up. Yeah, that was quite a system. The fact that like a bunch of poker sites just like didn't realize, maybe they did realize and they just didn't care, but a bunch of poker sites had like this system where you could just tell, like if you were in the lobby, you could just tell which table was going to get sat by like the first recreational player to hop on their phone and join. It was like ordered, it wasn't random. So so people slowly realized this, that like the same tables were getting action over and over and over again. So it started to become like a war zone. And yeah, on iPoker as well. I think it was just alphabetical on iPoker. It's literally just like you play for the A tables. Like if the table is like AAR or whatever, like it was always getting sat first. It's so silly.
Yeah, that's definitely a development oversight there.
There used to be like a lot of people like to speculate their heads up rankings, but like you could literally determine like the 5-10 no limit heads up rankings by just like opening stars and seeing like in what order people were sat, because like the best player was in the best table and then the second best player was in the second best table. It was so silly.
Pretty cool though. It's like as a like kind of an observer of the high stakes, especially like you get to sort of pop in, see who the best is. And we were talking about this on another stream. I can't recall who with, unfortunately. Sorry to whoever that was, but there's no real way to know who the top heads up guys are these days. Is like, especially as like a casual fan, you can't just like pop onto stars, see who's sitting in the 150, 100 lobbies. That's not a thing. You basically have to just know people who like happen to know like what the big battles going on are. So it's tough.
I mean, you do like the guys who hold 50, 100 zoom on stars today, like they're excellent, excellent. Like they're probably in the top 5 if they're sitting there, but it's not always clear who's number 1, I suppose. Strategy question. How many big blinds before it starts to be spew to getting kings pre-flop at mid-stake 6 max? I feel like this question's always in. I hear this question a lot in different forms, right? Like whether it's like live poker, how many big blinds can I get in without aces, or because often you're playing 500 big blinds deep or whatever. Um, you just usually don't like once you pass a certain threshold, you just usually don't get all in pre-flop. Like that's just kind of it. It just sort of filters out at some point for the most part. I mean, you're going to want to trap aces at some point usually. Getting an ace king is just like spewy at some point. If you jam kings for too much money, like you don't block aces, you just only get called by aces. Yeah, I don't know what the number. Like I guess like past 200 big blinds, there's just not a lot of all in pre-flops. I guess that's my answer. Um, but if you're playing in a game where getting all in pre is a reasonable option, I mean, you have kings. It's probably not that bad.
That's definitely the number one question we get in the upswing groups is like particularly the free public group. Like, what should I fold kings? Can I ever
Right.
fold kings pre-flop? Some version of folding kings they want to know about.
I mean, you can definitely fold kings when it's like this comes up in tournaments all the time where it's like, an early position open and then you 3-bet on the button and then someone cold 4 bets and then like the original raiser puts it in or something. Like those when it's like a multi-way scenario, it's just the easiest fold. There's really no question. Because that original raiser should just never put it in unless they have aces.
Someone asking, do Doug and Daniel use a chat box or do they talk to each other with headsets? Neither. Neither, man.
Oh, that would be so good.
They just have headsets on chatting. That's such a funny that you thought that was the second option. That's fantastic.
It'd be
Yeah,
great if we could like mic them up, but they weren't actually talking with each other. Like just like, you're listening to an NFL quarterback, like just put a mic in their ear and
it
don't
would
let
be,
them talk to anyone. They're just talking to air. Like they're just
yeah, it'd be perfect. We'd hear a lot of fold from Doug's side. I'm not sure we'd hear from Daniel. I don't know him personally, so it's hard for me to guess.
it'd be way easier to tell if Daniel's actually misclicking as often as he says he is. If he was mic'd up.
Yeah, because you
You
hear the
just
expletives.
hear him like, yeah, oh fuck, I did it again. Just imagining like sweet old man stuff as if Daniel's like a 80-year-old grandpa.
Large 3-bet from Daniel on the right, which we've seen from him when they get deeper. He makes it 4,400 or so. Doug calls at the 866. Daniel uses this medium-sized bet, 3,200 to 8,700.
Couple of big ones here.
The left table, I assume, was a 3-bet. Yeah, 3-bet C-bet from Daniel. So both pots, same formation here. 3-bet pre-flop, C-bet from Daniel, though on the left table, the pot's a little smaller because they're shorter. So Daniel used a smaller pre-flop 3-bet size.
On the left, I'm definitely expecting Daniel to check plenty of strong hands on the turn. On the right, not nearly as much. So not surprised to see Daniel check folding that 4 on the turn when he does check. I am interested to see this. I mean, this is almost the exact same spot we saw Daniel willing to bluff with 6 high in that earlier hand, where you see bets flop, check on the turn, and then he leads the river. Although here, I think it's very credible that he has a hand like ace king or king jack, something like this.
Certainly. Those hands aren't loving the queen on the turn. Not going to be super thrilled to put a bet in.
And it's not impossible that we see Doug shove here, although he's taken enough time that it feels like it's not really on his mind.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's pretty savage to give him the half time bank jam. You don't see that too often.
That's a trick that I've used a handful in tournaments just because you get a massive time bank in tournaments. You get this like ridiculous it's a problem really, but you get like, 180 seconds on ACR, for example, to make decisions. It's like every now and then I am in a legitimate spot that takes, a full minute to figure out. So I am a fan of occasionally just spending like burning 2 minutes and then raising the river.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine you get a fair bit of respect, at least for some people.
I think it really looks like you just have the nuts for sure.
Mr. Bunny asks, what was the flush versus flush hand DNX tweeted about? Pretty simple. It was Doug 3-bets ace 4 of spades. Daniel calls with king X of spades. We don't know his actual hand. Flop was like 10-8-7, I want to say, with all spades. And then it ran out 10-8. So, they did put in some bets. It was a decent sized pot by the end, but, obviously they didn't get all in because the board double paired. River went check, check, actually. Double barrel from Daniel here. Gets through. So I got another question for you, Kevin, but I'm going to ask chat first. So talking to you, chat, this is your time. Has your prediction for how this challenge would go changed as it has progressed? So maybe you were thinking Doug was going to crush, and maybe you've changed your mind, or maybe you thought Daniel was going to eke one out or win by a lot, and maybe you've changed your mind. What do you think? And yeah, they're a little behind, so you won't bias them if you want to just answer now. Has anything you've seen in this match changed your initial sort of perception on what would happen?
Yeah, I think, well, not like specifically today, right? Just like lately compared to the beginning.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, at the very beginning, I guess my expectation was that Daniel wasn't going to play that close to well, and he surprised me at the beginning that he was playing like reasonably close, sort of out of the gate. But I think probably as like fast forward to today, I think that Doug's like adjustments have surprised me a bit. Like I think that Doug is adjusting better than I expected. And like as like fearful, I suppose, that I was for my wagered dollars, that Daniel came out and played pretty strong and then like continued to build on his strategy pretty quickly. I think Doug's done an excellent job of like maintaining his edge. I think he's adapted pretty well, and he's kind of he's just done some impressive stuff that I don't think Daniel's been able to combat. So I feel I'd say at the beginning I felt really confident about Doug, and then in the middle I was like, oh shit, Daniel might actually make this really close, and then now I'm like confident in Doug again.
Little wade back and forth then, kind of like how the challenge has gone in general. We got a 3-bet pot here on the left where Daniel double barreled, 24K in the middle. He bets about 40%.
Really interesting that he doesn't go all in here. It's so hard to think of a size like this unless you have the right hand for it. And I think that, that right hand might just be like what, 2 pair or
A set even, perhaps, depending on the
yeah.
set.
I mean, even these hands, they're not unreasonable to jam for just over pot. Obviously, you don't want to run into a straight, but it's not going to happen all that often.
Doug does go all in for about 29K. Daniel's going to have to call about 20 to win 62.
These are also just such tough spots to put yourself in. I see this so frequently with players who aren't, super comfortable with maybe like just choosing the all-in bet size. Maybe they feel like they have to go a little bit smaller. So often I see these spots where it's like, oh, I bet, 3/4 of my stack and I got raised for the last quarter of my stack on the river. And it feels like he's never bluffing. Like, what should I do? It's like, you should probably go back in time and just wager your whole stack so that you don't put yourself in this terrible situation and like, end up folding too much.
Yeah, Time Machine would be a handy poker tool. We're gonna have to settle for solvers and such, though.
Not that the
10.2
small bet isn't useful, but
10.2K in the middle on the right. Action's on Doug here on the river. He does not close the action with a check. He puts in 6,800.
I missed how we got here. Was this triple barrel from Doug?
I'm gonna have to check. Let me see here. Yes, triple barrel from Doug.
Pretty interesting sizing. It feels like a king is roughly what he's representing. He could certainly have just like a super strong hand, like a king 3 suited or a king queen kind of thing. But I would feel like a lot of flushes would choose overbet on that river.
I just like McGregor. Regarding your question, you might not have been here for it earlier. Some of you may not. Kevin did play against Doug as Doug was preparing for this challenge. And Doug said that Kevin was the best player he had played. So, yeah, Kevin's willing to get some Doug action. Whether you'd be willing to play him for a 25,000 hand challenge, I don't know if that would necessarily be worth your time. You have any thoughts on that?
I think that's like that's the funny thing. I mean, I've generally stayed out of stuff like this in like over the course of my career, as I was mentioning earlier. But like, it's I think for some people, it's like if I thought I was better, I should drop everything and just like head down, play this person for the rest of my life. And like that's just not really how I live most days. There's plenty of people who I think like, yeah, if I was working hard and studying every day and playing my best, like I think I have an edge. But is that what I want to do for like what's maybe not a huge payday? Probably not. And if I make the stakes high enough, like will I maintain my edge? Because I know how hard Doug works and I know he has all the resources to get better, right? Like I think people also often just overstate how much of heads up is like solved. Like like I've played through a lot more of like the solver era, I guess. So like a lot of the solver stuff that happens is more intuitive for me probably. But that doesn't mean Doug can't just like get 90% of the way there pretty quickly. And then the rest of it is just like hard work and exploits and perceptiveness and yeah, I don't feel like I'm going to find much of an edge in that department.
Yeah, I don't think in a big match, in my opinion, is in a big match between you and Doug, neither player would really be able to find too much of an edge. It's definitely not to the point where it's worth putting in all that effort, sacrificing all the other challenges or action you could have.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to is like, how do I want to spend, the next the next 6 months of my life or whatever? Do I want to dive into heads up specifically, or do I want to just keep doing what I'm doing?
Makes sense. Give a shot, guys. Daniel pot size bet on the right, 5 straight board. Doug puts in the raise. Daniel's gonna have to call about 5,300 to win 16K.
And I like this play. It's just it's so hard. I mean, you were asking earlier, Mike, just like how do you choose like what to call against those bets on the 5 to a straight board? Also, just like how do you choose what you bluff, right? There's so many people who are just like all or nothing in those spots. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna go for it this time, or like, oh, I'm gonna check, and they don't really like split up. They don't decide how often they're gonna bluff. And if you just like put in a pot size bet with your whole range, now Doug's just playing a bigger pot where he's bluffing at the same scenario, like with the same, uh, you know, whenever Daniel doesn't beat the board, he's gonna have to fold sometimes. So that's I've seen some pretty sick pots, like a hand that Feliz played in the Legend Showdown comes to mind, where he just like one he was playing against Mikhail Thuritz, I think it was, and the board was ace deuce 3 4 5, and it just checks all the way down to the river, and Thuritz bets 1,500 into 500, and then Flisby's goes all in for 10K. And then, with like Queen Jack off, I think, just like just total dust. They just put in like, what is it, 20 times the pot. Thuritz had 7-6, by the way, not
What was
straight.
the board? I don't think he. Oh, okay.
Ace deuce 3 4 5. So yeah,
Gotcha.
I think Thuritz, he arrived at the river in an uncommon way with the nut straight. So I think it looks like Paulie's just making a completely insane play there, but he's also realistically thinking like, okay, we both check to the river here. It's 5 to a straight. Like, we're just both full of shit. And that's just the dynamic, right? Like, we just both have nothing, right? And we're just playing this situation where like we both have air and we're just trying to win the hand. So he doesn't want to like min raise and then get 3-bet or something like that.
So he sticks it in, huh? There you go.
And just sticks it in with Queen Jack.
We did miss a couple hands there, guys, while we were talking about that. On the left, Doug 3-bet with Ace Queen. Got the Ace Queen X board, then running kings to counterfeit his 2-pair, but it looks like Daniel did not have an ace because he still won the roughly 13K pot. Then on the right, we had another 3-bet pot where Daniel just took it down with a, I believe it was a delay turn C-bet. Another decent sized one on the left here, 14.4K in the middle.
Yeah, Daniel check called the flop here in a 3-bet pot. I think he's going to want to play a lot of checks on this board texture, especially with them being, over 150 big blinds, probably 170 big blinds deep.
2x pot from Doug on the right table, double barreling.
Yeah, he uses really big sizes on these boards. It's hard to play against, just like right away. If Daniel has like a good king or a bad ace, it's just like immediately a terrible spot.
Yeah, definitely not something DNegs is used to dealing with in his games that he's played before. Oh, Daniel with the river lead on the left now.
So not exactly the spot I was talking about previously, but definitely not a situation that I would be leading. I think it's just a bit too damaging to your check call range, which is already so weak. It's not that I shouldn't say it's so weak, but you don't want to be in a situation where every time you check this river, you've got like queens.
Ooh, Doug's all in now. Yeah, indeed. You definitely don't want to be capped at queens against Doug on this board. That's going to lead to some problems. But Daniel does lead for quite a large size, and Doug jams, Daniel folds. Interesting. I would love to see Daniel's cards on that one. Oh man.
I mean, it just feels like it has to have been a bluff, right? Just like a king 10 suited or king queen or something that double floats with a straight draw and then just takes a shot at it on that river.
Yeah, I'm just particularly interested if he would do so with, like, I don't know, like what's his hand selection for bluffing is sort of what I'm curious about. I have to imagine he was bluffing. Yeah, that's a huge pot considering no showdown. 84K, that's a full buy-in going across the table with no showdown. It's pretty rare to see.
Pretty curious what Doug has in that situation too, because I would find it very unintuitive to pick a bluff in that situation. I would think that Daniel's just so clearly polarized to like flushes and pure bluffs. I think pure bluffs. I don't think there's many hands in Doug's range that are in that like weird spot where they have to bluff.
Yeah, that's a really good one. We're definitely gonna have to ask Doug about that. Was that a backdoor flush, or front door flush? Do you remember?
It was backdoor. It was a rainbow flop.
Okay. Jack 9-7. Backdoor flush. Yeah, that's not one I expect Doug to share his holdings unless he had like a hand that obviously plays that way. Maybe like an ace jack of diamonds or whatever. Maybe the jack was a diamond, so that might not even be possible. No, it wasn't. But yeah, there's a just so you know, guys, don't get your hopes up there because Doug is not super likely to share his answer for that one. It's a pretty valuable spot. Wow, someone else in the chat not familiar with the term front door flush. That is really surprising. 1/3 c-bet from Doug on the left. I see some mixed feelings about the zooming in we're doing this session for the first time, where we zoom in when there's a big pot going. Can you guys like share your feedback on that? Do you like it or dislike it? A few people saying it's disorienting, other people saying it's really good. I don't know. You guys need to coalesce and figure something out and get some consistent messaging, because you're not helpful right now. All right, I'll make a poll. Fine, guys. I'm polling it. You guys are just relentless. I love it.
The quick eyeball of the chat, it just feels like 50-50. They're just, you're not going to win on this one.
I'm putting in an indifferent option in there for you guys. I know how a lot of you are. Third pot's bet from Daniel here on the right, when Doug checks to him in this 3-bet pot.
Like king on the turn, I think a number of players just play this card a little bit too soft as the imposition player. It's scary, I think, to keep betting into the pre-flop 3-better when you don't have ace king, and they could. But there's just so many other hands in both players' ranges in this situation. It's not going to be like a huge difference maker in terms of, Daniel's not supposed to just check behind here 100%, right? Certainly wouldn't be the worst spot, though, for him to have checked behind some kind of trap to raise here.
Yeah, he has to expect Doug to bet a fair bit on this river if he does check back. Daniel's going to outpip Doug on the left there with a jack.
Given Daniel's small flop bet size, it certainly feels like he's just thinking about a pretty close bluff catch here, maybe like an 8-7 of spades kind of hand that's just like not loving the fact that it doesn't have any good blockers, but it also feels like it needs to call sometimes.
That does get through for Doug. Doug's on a nice little upswing now. He was down about 20, 30K at his lowest point in this match, up 120K pretty quickly. So it's been quite a roller coaster of a session. Very different from the, I believe it was the last Wednesday session, or was it Saturday, where there wasn't a single all-in, and the biggest pot was 53K, which seems impossible in a 2.5-hour heads-up session, but they pulled it off.
I've noticed that a lot in these heads-up matches. I guess it's especially just because we're streaming them and we're like hanging on to every hand that happens. But in heads-up, there's just you play almost every hand, so you see such a huge number.
Oh, did we lose you there, Crab? Looks like we lost Crab for a second, guys. He will be back, I'm sure. So you'll just have to look at his little spinning thing. Please enjoy that. So people like the zooming in by a small margin, but I'll have to think about it, because if a solid percentage of you don't like it, we'll have to revisit it, because to make a change, it should be pretty well liked, I would say. The one thing I would keep in mind, though, for those of you... Oh, you're back. Welcome back, Kevin. You were gone there for a second.
Sorry, my internet dropped for just a second.
No problem. Had to jump into the Matrix real quick. Someone's speculating. That's how Crab runs The Sims, guys. He puts on an Oculus and goes into the world of poker. Just climbs through the game tree like Tarzan.
My batteries only last exactly 2 hours, and I forgot to plug in.
That seems like a more realistic reason for what happened. 3 jacks on the right. Daniel going for a large bet. This was a board I would expect to see a smaller bet from Daniel, but I could just be understudied on the spot. What do you think about it?
This is actually, from what I've seen, this is the right size on these boards. It's so unimportant to get trips boards correct, but actually I've been surprised to see that trips boards generally get played with big sizes and high frequency. It's like the only situation where I really see that happening. at least to the extreme that I see it. And Doug's response to check raise is also correct from what I know. Like these spots just get played wildly aggressive in the Sims.
Happy Harvest, you're correct. Crab won the heads up Legends battle, which had, what was it, 16 starts? 16 at the start for that one? Something like that.
Sorry.
But he beat.
Am I back?
Oh yeah, I think you were there the whole time. Just on your
No,
end,
I
it might
had
have looked like you weren't there.
No, I had it. Yeah, I had something, or it was frozen looking on my end. No, we started with. Geez, how many players did we have? It was supposed to be 8. I think it ended up being 6 players.
Oh, okay. Well, in any case, he beat 5 of the. Do you play everyone, or is it bracket style?
It was 2 3-person. Sorry, it wasn't pools. We actually we each played 3 matches. So there were 3 round robin matches, sort of randomly selected among the 6, and then we moved the top 4 players into a semifinal bracket. So it was a total of 5 matches that I played.
Makes sense. That is it's a very impressive win, even though it's only 6 players. Very impressive to beat players of that caliber, even just to hang tough with them.
It was definitely. I mean, I certainly feel like I got quite lucky to win, but it was a really really difficult matchup. Like everyone was different in kind of their own way to play against, but I would say almost everyone either was currently or was at some point an expert in the game, which is it was a lot.
Good experience, I'm sure. Pot size C-bet and a 3-bet pot from Doug on the right there. Gets through. Daniel with the boat on the left. Getting paid off. A little bit of a lull in the action here, guys. Couple paired boards and single raise pots. Doug's on the button for both of them. We see Doug use this 988 open size on the right here, sizing up a little bit as they're deeper, so the pots are larger when he's in position. What do you we already talked about the open sizing with regarding that, and how you don't really alter your open sizes, you don't really mess with it. But when it comes to 3-betting, do you alter your 3-bet sizes when you get deeper?
I haven't really toyed around with that. I think it's probably more important for I've certainly seen a pretty big difference in 4-bet sizing, and that's something that I actually maybe it was just easier for me to solve that scenario, the effect of sizing on that scenario, the way that I was doing it with PO Solver pre-flop. But that was one where I saw a noteworthy difference that small 4-bets were just not a good idea, especially deep stacked when the 3-betting range is pretty linear, and of course you just want to charge more money when your opponent is likely to click call against your 4-bet. So but the 3-betting sizing, no, I haven't seen like a major reason to change. I usually go on like the big side in the first place. I actually 3-bet a bit larger than either of these players do, just at 100 big blinds, and I just kind of maintain that at deeper stacks.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy to see. Daniel changing his 3-bet sizes by making them larger when they get deeper, and then you have Doug making them smaller when they get deeper. So it's interesting. As they get deeper, the pots get smaller when Doug's out of position, and then bigger when he's in position.
Yeah, I mean, they're changing the sizes like to such a small degree that I have a hard time believing that it's going to make like a noteworthy difference on either of their expectations. It's not like we're seeing Doug switch to like a limp or 3.5x strategy when they're deeper, which would like that could actually completely overhaul the EV of the strategy. I see the chat starting to ask about snacks, and this is just like it's almost or probably beyond dinner time for me, and I am not used to going a long time between meals. So please withhold talking about snacks until until someone sits out. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'll be sure to not bring up your food heavy Instagram.
I mean, I know that it's hard for me to avoid talking about it lately because like a lot of the content that I've done, like even the poker content that I've done, it's just been like a point of conversation. Is yeah, it's just check out my Instagram at Rabichow if you want to see my favorite snacks. Well, I'll just leave it at that. That way I don't have to think too hard about it.
Ooh, getting reports that Perkins is crushing Doug over on ACR, who is, for those of you who don't know, Doug is not just playing these two tables, he's got a third one going against Bill Perkins over on ACR. They're playing 10-20, but they cross-booked 20x, which means they're really playing 210, 420. I'm pulling up ACR to see what the damage looks like. Fortunately for Doug, that's not going to count in his total against Negreanu. Daniel sits out. Let's see if we get the double dot here. Double dot from Daniel means we're done. One dot means we're still playing. I'll be right back. They can see the bubble, though. Have someone in our ear saying the chat can't see the chat, but yeah, there's a little bubble that appears next to the player when they chat. So, oh, the stream runner has that turned off, so you guys can't see that. I'll just have to let you know when when someone chats, but no one has yet.
Gotta think that Daniel's like certainly playing fine, and the session's not exactly going like horrible right now. You'd think with Bill Perkins playing him on the side, he'd probably want to stick it out as long as possible, right?
Yeah, I would think so. This is going to be one of the bigger edges you get. Your opponent's attention diverted at least a little bit. Yeah, so it does look like Doug has a starting stack on ACR and his table against Bill Perkins, and Bill Perkins has a 5 buy-in stack. So it's possible Perkins is up to 4 buy-ins. I think Doug started up 1 buy-in though, so they're probably like Perkins is probably up like 120k against Doug right now over there. $9K pot on the right here. Chop it up. They're going to play 10 high. Tough to beat pocket 10s with 10-9, but Doug found a way to chop. I'm definitely timing this out. Like, what even is that? It just takes up half the chat with like a huge message. Like, that's insane. Insane. Timed out for that. Sorry, buddy. Maybe you didn't mean to do it, but you did.
That cleared up space so I could see a question. It was for 3 betting a bigger size, does that mean their frequency goes down a tiny bit, I'm assuming? Not really. That was something surprising I found in the heads up sims was that you could still 3 bet like 23, 24% and going 5x didn't really seem to change that. It was just higher EV, I thought.
Yeah, I have seen people argue in six max that you might in theory have to 3-bet tighter if you make it bigger. But everyone runs different sims. So it gets a little tricky.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly depends what the counter strategy that you allow is. Maybe, maybe I'm over realizing equity in my sims because I'm not giving the right 4 bet size or whatever to my opponent.
Primordial don't worry about it, Jimmy. Jimmy's in our ear asking if we want to bring up the ACR table. Oh, but it looks like Perkins just sat out anyway. So Doug's attention no longer diverted to Perkins. Looks like Perkins picked up about 100K against Daniel or against Doug there, but we will be sure to ask him about the Perkins match after the play ends here. We'll be interviewing Doug, so we'll ask him about that. Oh, and I was going to say, Primo, you said that Doug doesn't even use 1337 sizings anymore. He actually did break one out early in this session, guys. So the curse has been broken. 1337 has been let loose. It's able to breathe again. Make sure you show your appreciation to Doug on Twitter at Doug Polk Vids. He needs the encouragement to keep using those sweet 1337 sizes.
I see this question, or I field this question a lot that the chat's giving about starting up a career in poker now. Like, what would you focus on? What would you play? How to climb the stakes? It's definitely much harder now to climb the stakes purely online than it used to be. So I usually recommend to people to use online as sort of like a training ground. Like, I think that playing online, just like the smallest competitive game that you can find, basically, like you could play 50 NL, you could play whatever it is that you can afford reasonably and don't have to sweat it too much, but just take it super super serious and like use all the training tools that you have at your disposal. And then like you devote all your money to live games, like keep your bankroll kind of hashed away, stashed away, and use that to try and build through the ranks in whatever live games you have available to you. I feel like that's kind of the play these days.
That makes a lot of sense. Online poker is definitely a great training tool for live players. 3-bet on the left from Doug here. Cactus Jake, the Perkins match Doug was playing was on ACR, but the match is over, so don't waste your time going over there. 4-bet from Daniel on the left here. Check raise from Doug on the right. Daniel calls the right. Now the action's picking up a bit.
That small check raise sizing still kind of prevalent, even here, like big bet from Daniel on the flop, and Doug's using just like 2.5x raise sizing, so that seems to be pretty consistent.
Fifth pot c-bet from Daniel on the left gets through quickly. Doug's double barrel on the right gets through. Zwent8, you just asked what happened on the table on the left to put Doug ahead. I'm actually blanking on that. Perhaps Crab can answer, but before he does, a quick tip. On YouTube, you can rewind easily. I think there might even be VODs here on Twitch, so you can rewind. So if any of you or anyone who's watching like want to know what just happened, or you missed something, YouTube, I know you can do it for sure. You might be able to do it on Twitch as well, where you can just open the video and then just go back a little bit. Doug's YouTube channel is where we have it up. But yes, do you remember the pot on the left that swapped the stacks a little bit?
I'm struggling to remember that myself.
Oh, it was the bet full 25K. Yeah, so that was actually a really interesting one. So DNeg's 3-bet. The flop came Jack 9-7 rainbow. Then DNeg's check called twice. It ran out 5 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, so backdoor flush. And Daniel leads on the river for 25K into like 30K or something like that. And then Doug jammed and Daniel folded. 4-bet pot on the right now. Daniel using the small size that you'd expect to see on King 3-3. Doug peels one. Fifth pot double barrel from Daniel here. And Doug puts in a bet on the left with top pair, gets called. Doug peels another one on the right, 42K in the middle now.
These hands
Still
start
a lot
to get,
behind.
yeah, they get really interesting.
That's a big showdown for pocket fives.
Pocket fives, yeah. Certainly can't fold a paired hand. I was going to say that it gets really interesting with just all the different ace highs that Doug can have in that situation, because he is supposed to defend a good number of them, or at least like try to find a way to defend some of them.
Yeah, first a couple fifth pot size bets. Pocket fives is not hitting the muck. No pair should. It's also got 2 outs to make a boat. Underrated aspect of those low pairs for people just getting into poker. They always have 2 outs to make a really, really strong hand, barring some sort of weird board where it would make a 4 straight or something.
That is true, and that's something that comes up in like spots I wouldn't expect, where just like the fact that you have 2 clean outs puts those hands in like a higher category than a variety of other hands that just have like 0 clean outs essentially.
Right. That was something I probably still do when I play casually, but definitely used to do. I would too much prefer the like sort of backdoor sort of draws on maybe like a paired board, but like that backdoor draw on the paired board like has no outs to actually improve to something super strong, whereas a hand like a low pocket pair, 2 outs to hit a boat, pretty sweet. Well, a strong boat.
Yeah.
4 outs to hit a boat, technically.
2 more outs to hit a bad boat, yeah.
Yeah. Cactus Jake, Doug using 2 different open sizes at the same time. Good eye. Yes, he is, because he bases his open size on stack depth. He increases his button open size as they get deeper. So if you're seeing him use a larger open, look at the stacks. It's probably because they're a little deeper. Yeah, good catch. Raise on the right from Doug on the river. This was a check down pot. Daniel put in the river bet. Doug's now raising. What do you think about Doug's range composition here? What are your general thoughts on it?
It looks like he's just kind of representing a 6. I think he could find some bluffs here with just like random high cards that maybe happen to contain a 5 or something like that, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. He might just raise the river here with a hand like King 10 as a bluff, just having like removal on some of the stronger jacks that might end up in this situation. But it seems like he's just representing a 6.
Yeah, you were pretty much spot on there. He did have that King 4. Nice call from Daniel. The Ace 3, picking off Doug for a nice little 11K pot.
Yeah, it's not only like, a pretty good size value bet for the strength of hand he had, like recognizing that it was worth 3/4 pot on the river, and then also thinking about calling the raise. That's not an easy hand to play out.
Yeah, well played for sure.
Doug definitely gets into that spot with a number of 6x, maybe more than I like personally would, but I remember from playing him that he just pretty much always has like a chunk of top pair in his checking range.
Yeah, that's very Doug. He was the person who actually taught me that. Like, check your worst top pairs back in 2012 or something.
It's a good tip for just like basic range construction, right? Like you don't want to do the same thing with a class of hands every time. So it's that's going to get pretty damn close to a balanced strategy.
Right. Yeah, hand selection might not be right on point, but at least I'm checking some top pairs if I'm doing that. Eric MN, this is a cash game. Unlimited Hold'em edition. They're playing for real US dollars. 11,000 on the river from Daniel. 15K pot.
Situation sort of similar to that one I mentioned before where you might see some overbets. Interesting that Daniel does not overbet here.
He's got the set to win a really nice pot there. 37K going to Daniel.
Turns up with a really strong hand, and a hand that I'm surprised didn't overbet.
Great question from JV Fricky. Hey, Upswing Poker, do you think Doug has an edge because they're playing for US dollars instead of Canadian dollars? Normally I would, but Daniel became a dual citizen a few years ago, so I think they're pretty even. Someone in chat hyping the new season of High Stakes Poker that's coming out on PokerGo in a few days, or in 14 days actually. I believe it's December 16th. I'm not paid to bring this up. I'm actually excited to watch it. So yeah, if you're interested in that old high stakes poker action, check it out. I have it on good authority that Doug Polk gets in there for a session or two. Plays a very spicy hand versus a well-known, long-time live pro that about 90 to 100% of people in this chat would know, but I don't want to do any more spoilers, so I'll leave it at that.
Now you've got my interest. I'll be watching for sure.
PokerGo needs to send me a royalty check. 2x pot over bet from Doug on the left.
That's an interesting one. He's kind of, I think he goes as thin as just like a medium king, but yeah, 2-pair makes a lot of sense for just like how big of an overbet this is.
So you could or couldn't really see a hand like king 9 or whatever being in that range.
Oh yeah, I could. I mean, it's sort of like, I don't want to necessarily doubt that Doug finds sort of like the same sizes and the same rough board textures with various hands, but it is just easier to think of the 2x pot when you're holding like a 2-pair that unblocks, a 10, for example, rather than just like a medium king, which seems totally reasonable to bet like 120% pot or something like that.
Boatski's on the right for Doug. Goes for the river trap on the 4 flush board, but Daniel's not having it. Doug's going to have to settle for 4,600 with his full house. Checking down on the left. All right, it's getting to be about that time. Time to stand up.
Do you have an actual timer that tells you that it's time to stand up, or do you just like have an internal clock that...
It's internal clock for sure.
Yeah. I think I would forget. I think I would just like, I think I would just sit for like 12 hours straight and just forget that I have the option to stand, or vice versa. I would stand for like 8 hours and just forget to sit.
That's 100% happened to me. So you're right. Is Kevin Rabichow Durr's son? Yes, actually. Good eye. Overbet from Doug on the right. Gets through.
I like the one we had earlier was are both commentators the same person? That was my favorite.
Straight on the board on the left now. Doug's gotten the better of Daniel in a lot of these spots, but this one's a little different with a flush possible. Kiss to Baby, I've seen your question a few times about like how to study poker. Very big question that I don't want to take up like 30 minutes or more of this stream to answer. But if you go ahead and shoot an email off to support@upswingpoker.com, I will answer that when I get a chance. I'll get you some insights from some really good players if you want. Shoot that email off. Don't want to ramble to 6,000 people about a topic that's not hyper relevant.
It was a pretty interesting one on that 5 straight. Like you pointed out, Doug bet half pot, and then Daniel goes for 4x raise and it gets through. Certainly, again, just kind of feels like Doug was probably bluffing and didn't bother to continue, but it's a pretty complicated spot to get your frequencies right.
Yeah, for sure. Daniel getting a tally next to his name for the potential chop pots that he's taken down. Doug has been running a little better in those spots. Yes, Strass87. This is the more chill stream. If you want the chill stream, this is the one to be at. There's some energy over on Joe Ingram's channel, though, so if you some energy. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, I don't think I could keep up with that channel, to be honest.
It's great for like it's money actually for like clips, like a 60-second clip to throw up where Doug's winning
Yeah.
a hand or whatever, and then there's
Yep.
their reaction, all that. But looks like Daniel's got Doug pipped there in that 15K pot, electing not to go for the river value bet with the king jack.
Yeah, he did make a really big turn bet, but I think that that river is so clean that you still have to go for something on the river. I can definitely understand like the merit of, because I think a lot of people use the rule of thumb like, oh, we overbet big on the turn so that we can, get max value now before like a draw comes in, and then if a draw comes in, we check behind the river. And that's definitely the right approach, but like nothing really came in on that river. I think he gets to still be pretty aggressive.
Yeah, king jack pretty damn close to well, I can't imagine Doug having a better top pair than that more than like a very small fraction of the time. So it's basically if Doug has, a rivered two pair that he didn't slope, that he didn't check raise for some reason.
Yeah, and with all the low cards on the board, a lot of those two pairs are only going to be suited combos, so you're pretty safe. It's just top pair versus top pair very frequently.
Doug likes the hero call, so it might have been a missed opportunity from Daniel there to pick up about 10K.
Well, he also would have had to bet something less than the pot, which opens up the door to get check raised. So I can understand the hesitance to put yourself in that spot as well.
For sure, he's definitely isolated himself against a pretty strong range once he overbets on the turn and it gets peeled. Neotrosis, basically asking why did Doug quit poker? It's certainly not because the community is toxic, like you just said. That's not the reason. He had played a lot of poker, man. He was done, burned out, and made a lot of poker content. When he started making poker content, he was already pretty burned out from poker. So then he did 3 years of full-time poker content. So pretty understandable to not really want to see any more chips and cards for a little while. But then sometimes an opportunity comes up and you gotta seize it. That's what's happening right now. We'll see what happens after. Maybe he'll keep playing. Maybe he'll ride off into the sunset. Maybe he'll make another video that says, "This is my last poker video. For real this time." Who knows?
Saw a question about who the best 6max players are at the moment. I mean, honestly, if you just open up stars and look at whoever's playing like 50, 100, or 25, 50, like it's probably them. I don't have a great handle on who's like, top 5, but I know that Stefan is extremely good, and I think Stefan actually like made a post recently about who he thought was the top 5, so like maybe just listen to him because he probably knows better than I do, to be honest.
What's Stefan's screen name?
It's Stefan 11122.
Oh, somehow I don't even think I've ever heard that name before. So I'm way out of the loop on the 6max the 6max crushers now.
He's very good.
Half pot c-bet from Doug here on the left, and this 3-bet pot gets through.
And I see Dino just asking if I'm playing much poker still. I am playing poker, just not as much heads up cash. I've been playing a lot of online tournaments and live tournaments in the last couple of years. So between that and coaching and video making, I have more than a full schedule of poker related things. Apparently I got it wrong. Is it really 2 1s and 3 2s? Did I get that backwards? That's embarrassing. And I like the spelling of Stefan the way that I said. It's probably as Stefan, or I don't. Clearly, you can tell that I don't have a true Russian heritage when I don't know how to pronounce Stefan.
Yeah, that was a tell for sure.
A few generations departed from the mother country.
There's this really funny phenomenon on our YouTube stream of this, where there's this guy with the screen name Mike Postle, and like Mike Postle's like a Mike Postle avatar, and he legitimately hoodwinks a decent percentage of people into thinking it's really him. He's doing a great job over there.
There's so many just like low hanging fruit real name fake screen names that have gone around.
Oh, for sure. Do you know Jamie Kerstetter's screen name on WSOP.com? Sorry to out you right now, Jamie, even though it's well known. It's
No, I don't.
Dan Bilzerian.
Nice.
Easy one. Easy one.
I got tricked by I think Marley said the other day that she's not Marley Poker on ACR. Like that one tricked me forever.
That one's really tricky. What kind of an ACR slate do you play when you play those tournaments?
ACRs it's tough because I like to play the daytime schedule in Canada, and like the best ACR stuff is running like starting at 6 p.m. or something like that. It's just like way too late of a session for me if I'm playing a full Sunday. But the lunch high roller is pretty good, and I usually play the early 1K, just like the first couple of big buy and stuff on the schedule, and then like maybe I'll get to the later stuff. There's like a 6 p.m. 1K usually, and a bunch of like $200-ish stuff that you could late register, at like 4 or 5 p.m. or something like that. I'll do that from time to time.
Nice. Yeah, I just avoid. I like to play tournaments like recreationally, sort of like just hop in there. I think it's really exciting to play them, but man, those ACR birds with their long registration times, I just can't even do it. Just opt for a different site.
When they run like a big $1 million guarantee, like it's just a great tournament, and I kind of feel like I have to play it, but I have been on the wrong side of that, like bubbling at 1 a.m. or something, and then having to wake up the next day at for a 10 o'clock day 2 or something. It's kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, brutal. So the plan in this challenge, just kind of some background for everyone, was to play 4 times a week for a minimum of 2 hours. However, Daniel doesn't really want to do 4 times a week. It's just a little bit, well, it's especially difficult because Doug blocks out all Sundays for football. So it's basically like they would have to play Saturday and then 3 days during the week. And Daniel doesn't really want to do that. Doug's fine with that, but Doug requested that they play at least a little more volume when they do play on these weekdays. So that 2 hour minimum, I think it's going to be a pretty soft minimum going forward. Like I expect them to play more than 2 hours basically every time. Like, probably 2.5, 3.5. That range is going to be the sweet spot. We are coming up on 2.5 for this session now, so we could see them end anytime. Any hand could be the last, but doesn't seem like they've shown much signs of slowing down. Small C bet from Daniel on the left here in this 3-bet pot.
Asking if I'm a Bears fan. I am from Chicago, but I'm not a huge football watcher. I'm a pretty big Chicago Cubs fan, though.
Is that a lead from Daniel? Am I crazy? Oop, lost our tables.
Look like a double barrel. Oh, Jimmy asking about my favorite Chicago pizza place. I'm partial to as I'm not sure if this large pot has actually finished yet, but the thin crust style of Chicago pizza more than the deep crust style of Chicago pizza.
Okay, so we have a large bet from Daniel now, so he's triple barreling here. On the left.
Yeah, this is interesting, and again, just a spot where you would expect an all-in river bet a lot of the time, and he chooses not all-in. Wow, and Doug just puts it in.
Man, 9's full versus trips. Oh. Doug's gonna win a nice sized pot there. Man, that is is there? This might be an absurd question, but is there any way Daniel considers folding that river with just 18K behind?
Yeah.
Really, a better question is like, what's the weakest value bet that Daniel could like very reasonably fold to that small raise?
Yeah, I think that's about the type of hand that needs to think about folding. Like if you have a king with a flush blocker, if you have a big king, I think you just kind of pay it off because you probably should have just shoved in the first place for value. So when you're left with such good odds, against Doug, who's perfectly willing to bluff, like in kind of the unusual spots, I think you would just pay it off. But if you have a truly like medium strength value bet like that, I think you just have to fold sometimes because I think people forget, like, you're not just because you're getting like 7-1 or whatever it is, you're not supposed to call like 80-90% of the time. Doug had to risk 40 plus thousand on the river there to run the bluff if he's bluffing. So you only need to call the percentage of the time that treats his entire wager as like as a river bet. Probably comes out to something like 40% folds or something like that, which is, I mean, that's a lot. That's a pretty substantial portion of your range, right? And Daniel just kind of calls it off with like pretty much the bottom of his range, I would guess. So I don't think that's the play.
Are there any hands that you could think of, and I'm kind of putting you on the spot, like that are worse than his hand in absolute strength, but better calls? Perhaps a queens with a club or something, and eh.
Yeah, I mean, it'd just be good to have a big club for sure. I mean, Doug happens to find like a random rivered full house. That's a super, super rare hand for him to have in that situation. I think he's way more likely to just have nut flush or second nut flush or something like this. So yeah, I think I mean, having a king is just pretty great, right? But if he happened upon the spot, throw me on the river facing the raise, and I've got queens with the queen of clubs, like you said, I'm probably going to call because if Doug manages to have the naked ace of clubs, he might find the bluff.
Also interesting. So it might even be a queen of queens with the queen of clubs is superior to ace of clubs kind of situation.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Doug to bluff with the queen of clubs, but very easy for him to bluff with the ace of clubs. So it's much better, I think, to unblock the ace.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jason2890, I imagine Doug is never shoving a worse king there. You are absolutely correct. Doug would not shove a worse king there for value.
Yeah, that would just be a clear bluff catch.
Yeah, clear as day. He would just call. 2/3 pot probe from Daniel or Doug on the left there gets through. I am drinking, by the way, Crab. Just so you're in the loop here. Just started. 5 p.m.
If we get to a dinner break for me, then I'll definitely add a beverage.
Sounds good. I can't imagine they play long enough that that's necessary, but
I was kind of in the back of my mind, like Daniel gets effectively coolered for a pretty big pot. Maybe the last 18K isn't supposed to go in, but that is a cooler for a very large amount, right? Like kind of expected just like to sit out and quit this one.
yeah, very possible. Could see it ending soon.
So yeah, I feel like with all the action there, I feel like I gave Jimmy a cop out answer on the pizza play, so I'm going to try and answer that one. I'll say favorite deep dish Chicago pizza is Lou Malnati's. Lou Malnati's is
Classic.
in my opinion that is the only good deep dish pizza in my opinion, like legitimately good that I like actually crave when I go back to Chicago. The other styles I'm just like not really a big fan of. There's good versions of it. I'm just not a big fan. And trying to remember thin crust pizza.
Have you been to Pequod's by chance?
I have been to Pequod's. Pequod's is also good. Yeah, it's also good. It's just not like really my thing. The
I
the
like the both.
super heavy, like, yeah.
Yeah, it was really heavy for sure. Yeah, but that one sticks out in my mind as the best I had. But I have definitely spent a very small fraction of the time you've spent in Chicago, so I would defer to you. I
I
have had
see a
Little
lot,
Natty. It's fantastic.
I see a lot of Pequod's lovers in the chat essentially shaming my decision there. I'm certainly biased by the fact, I grew up in like kind of a quiet neighborhood on the north side of the city. Lou Malnati's was like all over the place. It was a family style restaurant. We could get takeout like, to my local, like to my friend's house, we could get takeout. So I'm sure that biases me a little bit. Pequod's is like busy downtown. Big bet there
Pot
by
size.
Doug, gets through pretty
Yep.
quick. Yeah. Oh, Italian beef. Jimmy's asking the good questions here. I mean, I honestly can't even remember having it anywhere except for Al's and Portillo's. I think Al's is better for that specific product, but I do like Portillo's as like a general. I like Portillo's a lot. I used to go there very often when I was in high school. Oh yeah, Chicago pizza oven grinder. So that place I heard from everyone was so good for deep dish pizza. It's like individual deep dish pizzas or something. And I remember waiting outside in line for like an hour and a half with a friend of mine that I was like trying to catch up with, and we didn't have that much time to spend waiting in line. And and they just took forever. It's this place. If you don't know the reputation, this place basically just has like some guy, and he's like a savant at like tracking wait lists. So he deliberately, like on purpose, this is like their shtick. He doesn't write down your name when you arrive. You just like show up and you show face. You're just like, hey, I'm here. Like, I want a table for 4. And he just goes like, all right. And then you just leave and wait outside. And like when your table's ready, which is like 2 hours later, he just like comes out and he just like scans around. It's like, oh yeah, you and just waves you inside. It's the most bizarre thing I've seen at a restaurant.
That's crazy. So there's no name exchange. You just say, I want a table. And then he
Hey,
looks
just
at
like
you.
table for 4, and he just remembers your face. That's like
Wow,
that's how they do business. Yeah.
that's
And it's
crazy.
it's so busy, it gets slammed. Like 30 people waiting on the street because they can't fit inside the restaurant. Kind of busy.
Wow.
It's the strangest thing. We just left. Like we didn't have time to wait that long. We just left.
What kind of food is that?
It's like personal deep dish. It's like
Oh,
I think they have a bigger menu. It's like, it's a pizza joint with probably a lot of Italian food on the menu, but I think what they're famous for is like these personal sized deep dish pizzas.
gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if I'd wait 2 hours for a deep dish of basically any kind. I'd probably wait 2 hours for a Pequod's pizza right now, honestly. So
Pequod's is that's kind of what you're doing at Pequod. They have a good setup for it. Like they have a bar you can stand and drink and then go up to your table and your pizza's ready by then. But when it gets busy, you can wait 2 hours easy.
5K in the middle here. Daniel using his 3/4 pot C-bet size on the left. Checks back the turn. 4 straight river. See what he decides to do now.
Chat's just like too fired up for me about the Chicago food scene. I can't keep going down this rabbit hole.
Oh, so much
I
a
have
rabbit
too
hole.
many I have too many opinions. Like it's
For
just
sure. Man, and when you go down, when you like even open up the possibility of a rabbit hole, like chat is gonna take you through it. Like they're gonna have every possible question for that topic, and some of them are really good. Oh, raise here from Doug on the River, 10K. Quick call from Daniel. They're gonna chop it
Yeah,
up.
felt like a chop situation. That sizing from Daniel in position just kind of screams like straight or bluff. But Doug just, feeling pretty confident that he's free rolling by raising, just at least puts a shot in there. Oh, there's so many restaurant questions. I can't. Can we just do this on Twitter later? Can you guys just like start a thread for me on Twitter where you just ask me food questions and I tweet them back? That would be way better for me. I'm also starving.
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry too. But what are you gonna do? Are you on the East Coast?
Yeah.
Oops, bottom end of the straight value bet from Doug. Flush draw on the flop, but he backdoors the low end of a straight. Daniel looks him up.
Yeah, I had Timex asking my top 3 restaurants in Waterloo. That's where I'm living now, which is like basically right next to his apartment.
Ah, Wow, so you're near. I'm just looking up Waterloo. I hadn't heard of it. You're next to a place named Kitchener. It's a city near you.
Yes.
Kitchener. How
Yeah,
fortuitous.
Kitchener. That's like that's the region. KW, Kitchener Waterloo.
Jason2890 says this has been a pretty good pretty up and down match so far. Talking about this particular session, it really has. Doug was initially up really quickly, like within a half an hour, as they have another chop on the right, straight versus straight. Seen a few of those today. Within about a half an hour, 45 minutes, Doug was up 3 buy-ins or so, 120K. Daniel roared back with a couple big pots of his own, a couple good calls, good bluffs, presumably, or potentially. To take about a 30, 40K lead at one point, maybe 50 or 60 was his peak. And then Doug turned it around. Cooler Daniel in one pot. Had a pretty sick spot where he won an 84K pot with no showdown. And he's roared back. He's now up about 140K on the session. See, someone said Kevin outed Mike McDonald for that he doesn't live in the biggest mansion in Ontario. that was possible. It still might be possible. You don't know where Kevin lives.
Well, I didn't say that it was, across the street from where Timex lives, just his apartment, right? That could be anything.
Oh, could be, yeah. Could be his who knows? Maybe that's where he grinds poker.
When you have Timex money, your apartment isn't necessarily where you live.
Great point. Oh, to have Timex money. A couple C bets from Doug here. One on the right gets through. One on the left gets called. What's the poker shares line on this match looking like, by the way? Speaking of Mike McDonald, let's take a look.
I think at the start, I don't know what it would be now, but I think at the start of today, it was 13.5 for Daniel.
Oh, it looks like he doesn't take. Bets are not able to be placed mid on the whole overall match, mid-match.
The highest I saw it was 14.5 for Daniel, and that was right after Doug had the 300K session. So I think he loses a little bit back. I think it moved down slightly, 13 or 13.5 or something.
Yeah, pretty long odds for Daniel at this point, if you believe those. It is free Rogue Shenanigans, not paid to shout out the poker shares, but I am paid in admiration from Timex, which is appreciated. He also occasionally gifts subs to everyone in the chat, or like a large amount of people in the chat. He dropped like 15 at one point the other day. Maybe he'll do it right now. I don't know. How many poker shares shout outs to gift like 10 subs to these guys tonight? Five's gonna win a single raise pot, single bet win in post flop on the right. Doug's gonna take it with fives. The Sarcastic Life, is there rake for the site on this? That's one of our FAQs, so if you want to go over to our frequently asked questions, you can check that out. I will just answer that one to save some time though, but there's a bunch of answers to other questions though, so check that out, upswingpoker.com/grudge-FAQ. They are paying rake, so you'll notice that there's some amount being subtracted. So for example, table on the right now, there's 1997.50 in there, so they've taken 250, but WSOP is sending it all back to the players. So there is effectively no rake in this challenge, and all the results you see are with the rake balanced out as if they had already been paid it.
It's a pretty easy bluff catch there for Daniel with the Jack 9. Maybe even a strong enough hand to raise for value, but not being too ambitious there, I suppose.
Check raise from Daniel here on the left.
I'm assuming this was bet, check, bet for Doug, which is a spot he's probably going to go quite thin, you know, as weak as like a pair of 4s or 5s or something like this. It's a pretty good spot for Daniel to check raise, even if it's just with an ace.
See what Doug decides to do here. He does pay it off with king 8, but he's not paying it off. He's winning the pot. Daniel with the straight blocker and king high. What do you think of Daniel's bluff selection on that river?
I think that one's pretty good. I think, you know, he definitely wants his hand kind of does two things. One, it's good. The king is good because it can really only block value. Like Doug's never going to be bluffing with a king in his hand. So the king is sort of like a positive free roll in that sense as a blocker. And the 4 is good just because it kind of matches up with what he's representing, right? He's representing something like a rivered straight rivered straight. So it's good to just use cards that interact with the nuts on the board. He could even have a hand as weak as ace 4, I suppose. So yeah, that's a pretty good bluffing candidate, I think, there. And Doug I think he kind of just has to call a hand like that. It's maybe not attractive. Maybe he thinks he's actually removing bluffs by having a king, but I think he kind of has to call a hand that strong. Could be a big one here, this 3-bet
right?
pot.
Yeah, 3-bet pot, 3/4 pot c-bet from Daniel on the right, and now he's following up with another 3/4 pot bet.
This is interesting because, you know, as deep as they are, certainly he could do this with a king for value, but I think that because of how deep they are, to bet this large, you're pretty quickly representing a king or better. You know, this isn't a situation where he wants to bet 16K with a hand like pocket queens or pocket jacks on the turn.
55K in the middle. Now Daniel's all in. If Doug calls, this is the biggest pot of the match by a solid little margin.
Quietly a 33K pot on the left that I'm not exactly sure how they got there.
That one was 3-bet by Doug, small c-bet, and then double barrel. And now he's checking. Chat does not want Doug to call on the right. Ooh, and Daniel's on the left too. Daniel can go to the bathroom. It's all on Doug now. Couple big spots. Daniel picks that one on the left up. Nice hand, Daniel. Nice little 33K pot. Let's see if he can. I was gonna say hat trick, but it's not 3. Let's see if he could go for 2 for 2.
Doug has been pretty sticky in these situations, and you've got to think that pretty much anything that calls that big turn bet at least has something to consider here on the river. I think that's what's so hard about these spots is, you know, a hand like ace 9 suited for Doug was like really, really attractive on the turn, and now it's not so attractive on the river. And there's just no easy decisions in his range other than like 4-5 suited, you know, which just gets to snap fold, or like sets, which just get to snap call.
Will we see the biggest pot of the match yet? All Doug has to do is click that middle button. I guess he's only got one button or 2 buttons, so the right button.
I think if Doug hero calls here, he's not going to want to have an ace in his hand. I think he's going to want to have something like, you know, a 10-9 suited or like a king jack suited. If you can call king jack a hero call, I think he probably just calls with king jack suited, but letting Daniel bluff with the wheel ace there is probably his best shot at running into a bluff.
That's a great point for sure. Hand like ace 5, ace 4 suited, decides to run the 3 streets. Doug does fold though, and Daniel takes down that really chunky pot, 55K going his way.
We definitely have seen Daniel though run, you know, just the no equity bluff. If he did have like the jack 4 suited, I guess is kind of like an obvious hand to point out because he ran that wild bluff with it earlier in the match. But that would have been a fine candidate for that exact spot if he just happened to have jack 4 suited again.
DoMGuard8 says Doug nearly punted away 50k with 8-8 or something. It's interesting you say that because Doug made a pretty sick hero call in the last session with 8s. That was correct. Easy to say that he's punting it off when Daniel shows him a good hand, but Daniel has been bluffing. I know it's kind of, live player, live pro, old school. He's not going to bluff, blah blah blah. But he's bluffing, guys. He's definitely getting in there. I mean, that Jack 4 bluff that Crab just alluded to. I mean, that was crazy. He 3-bet Jack 4 suited, then tripled on, what was it, King? It was like a King 3-3 or something like that. Turn Ace River 4, something along those lines, and flush completing on the river. Ooh, Daniel's all in over Doug's third pot bet on the river here. Doug's going to have to call 32k to win 82.
Pretty interesting one there. I'm pretty sure his turn sizing was quite large, which makes it pretty complicated for me to figure out, what hand, other than a bluff, I suppose, what hand you'd want to just bet 9k there on the river.
What's the Mike McDonald's is a good question on that 9-3-2 King Queen. What's the worst hand you'd value bet as Negreanu?
Yeah, I suppose if I got myself into the situation with King 10 suited, I would jam sometimes, King Jack for sure sometimes, like Ace King fairly easy, I think. Like that's kind of where my head's at. I think hands like King 10 or King Jack are marginal on a Queen River, but they're still probably fine to shove in general.
Yeah, Jimmy's in our asking about Queen Jack specifically.
Yeah, Queen Jack is. I think the reality is just that like when Doug floats the 9 high flop, he's gonna have a king a little bit too often for Queen Jack to think about doing anything other than checking the river. And it would certainly be tempting to like come up with a block bet or something in game when you're in that situation, but I just don't think it's much of a thing for any other part of the range. So it would probably just end up checking, and like you can find some pretty natural checks with a handful of other, decent one pair hands that have an easier time check calling.
We are getting some deep stacks here, guys. 80k deep on the left, 80k deep on the right. Could see 160k pot. That would be the biggest of the challenge. If we were to see one, I believe the biggest is still the classic 9-7 versus Aces hand that happened in one of the first sessions. Pretty controversial hand with Daniel's turn call in that one. Daniel, is that a check back with that flush? And I didn't see the action, so may or may not be decent. Daniel's sitting out over there.
It's a really big turn barrel on this queen. You don't always see players using the overbet sizing when the turn is like a higher card than the flop top card. If it came like in reverse, it'd be very common to see it. I don't think you always see it on the overcard turn. Wow, and he goes 150% again on the river. It really just screams like flop 2 pair or flop set. I guess Doug just has an easy fold though. I think while they sit out, I'm just going to take a minute.
Sounds good. So yeah, Doug is in for about 140k right now, guys. So that's what we're basing our that middle number on who's up how much. We basically just track how much we try to track both, but it's kind of tough. Who's in for how much? Yeah, it looks like Doug's in. If he's in for 140, his stacks add up to about 220 right now. So that would put him up 80k if that number is correct. Don't know if we're finito yet, Scooter. Could be still going. Daniel has sat out a few times this session, only to sit back in, and here he is again. Not done yet, boys and girls. We've got some poke to play. By the way, I saw someone asking about emotes. I'm gonna get on that hard tomorrow. Try to get the emotes going for you guys. I think they take a little bit of time to approve, but we'll get those dongers. We'll get a truck. We'll a truck emote, of course. A Binks emote, Doug emote, white flag emote, cookie jar. We'll get it all. Ticky Tick 3. Mike Brady, how would you rate your poker ability? Hard to say. I don't really play like large sample poker these days. I'm a little bit too busy helping to run Upswing Poker and working with other businesses on SEO and things like that. But I do play recreational. I feel pretty good about my game. I think in most games I play a decent winner. But it's just really hard to say without a solid sample. But I'm certainly knowledgeable about the game. I've been running Upswing for several years, and that was after being a poker pro for about 6 years. So I'm pretty knowledgeable about the game, adjacent to a lot of really, really good players who teach me a lot of good stuff I could say on the stream that makes me sound somewhat smart. So yeah. Papa Molly asks what I'm drinking. I'm drinking a honey wine that I just got it at a farmer's market the other day. It's pretty good. I mean, it's not great, but wish it was a beer, but what are you gonna do? 3-bet from Daniel on the left. Doug does call. Another 3-bet from Doug on the right. Small C-bet from Daniel on the left, about 40% pot. Doug calls, get the 10 of diamonds turn. Probably going to be a little bit better for Doug, but both players have a decent amount of hands like Queen Jack, 9-10, King 10, etc. So not a huge advantage for Doug, but I think it hits his range a little bit better. Yeah, people saying isn't honey wine mead? Yes, it's mead. I forgot the name for it. $35K in the middle here. Daniel's got 2 pots behind. Doug went for a 10K bet on the turn after Daniel checked to him. Daniel's going to win a nice showdown with King Queen. That's a hand with the Queen of Diamonds blocker that you can't imagine Daniel wants to fold for pretty much any bet size, though he's definitely puking if Doug decides to put in a bet of 40K or more, a large overbet. But with a blocker that valuable plus top pair, probably not going to see that hand hit the muck. Over 100K deep on the left table. 200K pot is possible. $2K in the middle here, check down, 4 flush. You didn't miss too much. There was a pot where Daniel 3-bet, it came King 9X, low card. Daniel C-bet, Doug called after 3-betting, turn 10 of diamonds. Daniel check calls a 10K bet, and the river goes check on like the 8 of diamonds, which was a backdoor flush. Daniel had King Queen Queen of diamonds. Doug did not put him in a tough spot on the river.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the most thrilling value bet with his hand.
Definitely.
Figured if we're in for a long one, I would join you on the drinks.
Oh, nice. What do you got?
It's scotch.
Nice. I have almost the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of manly to feminine drinks with some mead, honey wine.
Mead, interesting.
Yeah, picked it up at a farmer's market this past weekend. It's fine, pretty good.
I've had very hit or miss experiences with that. I remember buying it once in Montreal off of just like a shelf at one of those cool private shops. I was like, oh, this is nice. Like I'll just get all the fancy things at this shop. And it was just like it tasted like beer with socks, like just disgusting, like the worst drink ever. And then I've also had it like in a restaurant and just thought like, oh, this is good. I could drink this.
Yeah, I guess it's all about sourcing then. Mead is some medieval shit. Yeah, damn right it is. Ancient. $4,500 3-bet from Daniel on this left very deep table. This is definitely the deepest we've seen them so far, with not only a 100k stack battle on the left, but we also have at the same time was 80, now 70k stack battle on the right. Good to see. It's pretty rare you see these challenges where they don't reset stacks at all. They're just like, yeah, let's run it. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I had mixed feelings myself when I was like put in a situation where I needed to break stacks and in the Legend Showdown. Like it's like strategically it's your advantage to do it, but at the same time, like you don't really want to do it when you're streaming a match. Like in an ideal world, you just let the stacks build and you play a huge pot at some point. Although the one time that I did that, it was I was on the losing side of against Fedor and it had me buried for the one session. Fortunately, it didn't really matter.
Doug's turn barrel gets through there on the left. Simple Mind 22 asks, what adjustments is Doug making when what adjustments are Doug making when he's this deep, or when they're this deep? It's kind of hard to say when it comes to the hand selection. That's kind of something you'd have to ask Doug, and it's also something that he wouldn't really be super forthcoming with during the match. But I'm gonna wait for a moment because Doug, with a really, really large overbet on the right, over raise, does get through. 15k over 1500, very, very large.
I mean, when you're representing the nuts, you have to choose the size that the nuts wants to bet, right?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, the adjustments we can say for sure about Doug is when they're playing deeper, he increases his open size on the button. So as you saw on the left there, he made it 988. He normally starts the sessions making it 910. So he's increased it by about, 2/10 of the blind or 1/5 of the blind. And then when he is 3-betting, he's making it 3,700 instead of about 4,100, 4K. As you can see on the right, there's a $7,500 pot after 3-betting, so he made it like 3,750. And then he's also 4-betting to a larger size. Instead of making it like 10.5K, he's making it like 11, 12, 13K when they're deep. And all of this is basically based around the concept of making the pot smaller when you're out of position and deep, and bigger when you're in position and deep. Small bet from Doug on the left here. Check down pot. Fourth club on the right. 17.6K in the middle.
These spots are interesting. He used a pretty large delay c-bet sizing, which in my experience, usually you want to have a club in your hand. I guess unless you've got a really good top pair like he did, that makes sense for the type of hand that wouldn't have a club. Daniel's turn call a little bit light. I'm sort of surprised to see that hand call, but reasonable against someone who's going to try to find as many bluffs as Doug will in those spots. I noticed on my break that the viewers here really wanted to see the Instagram. So sorry for having that set to private. Everyone who requested, you're now in. Appreciate the new followers.
QF Rafal asks, you think we will get to see a live rematch? Potentially. They may play 200 more hands live, just like they did at the start. Daniel winning with top 2 on the left there.
I really hope they do. That was probably my favorite thing that I've watched on Poker Go in a long time.
Yeah, that was fun. A lot of people were upset that they like were nice or like, not like shit talking actively like while playing hands. Like apparently they wanted like Doug to like open and Daniel folds and he's like, "Yeah." But
just like throw the 3 of hearts like in his face, just whip it across the table. Yeah, it's there's a fine line between like entertainment and just like being annoying. I feel like they were, I don't know, for me it was super entertaining. They didn't have to be annoying.
yeah, I mean, I agree. I thought it was great, but I know a lot of people were they were not happy.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
that is.
plenty of like it's fun watching the heads up duel that they did like between Phil Hellmuth and Esfandiari. You know,
Yeah,
that's a totally different vibe, but they're there to shit talk. They're like they're not there to show off, like excellent poker hands necessarily, right?
right. Yeah, that I love that. I'm hoping that high stakes duel pans out to something really interesting. I mean, seeing Antonio battle Phil Hellmuth isn't like necessarily the most interesting possible matchup, but like, man, if one of them runs up the amount that they have to play for, and then we get some like sick crusher in there, and we get some really interesting matchup, I would love to see that.
Yeah, for sure.
PokerBot 123. Yes, that is Crab42 from PokerStars, the one and only. On the right side of your screen there. Third pot bet from Doug on the right, double barreling this 3-bet pot. Daniel's making it 19K over that. Very draw heavy dynamic board.
It's a pretty interesting sizing. I suspect that he doesn't do a whole lot of that when they're 100 big blinds deep, but being, I guess it was about 175 big blinds deep to start that hand. Doug was interested in a little more like protection block betting with some hands that wouldn't necessarily want to put everything in to stack off. Whereas like almost any decent pair is good enough to stack off at 100 big blinds there.
Neotrosis asks a pretty interesting. Well, he didn't ask a question, but it made me think of a question. He said Esfandiari is the most underestimated player in poker. He has sick instinct, which leads me to the question: who do you guys think is the most underestimated / underrated player in the game of poker? You could be a live player, could be an online player who a lot of people don't know about. However you want to answer, drop it in the chat. Jamie Gold. Good answer.
Edipal. Edipal definitely underrated. I'll give props to George.
Ted Forrest, someone saying on YouTube. Haven't heard that name in a long time. You guys are too funny. Andrew Roble, that's a good answer. $1,500 probe from Daniel on the left here. 10.7K pot on the right. This was a 3-bet pot. Doug C-bet the flop. Sorry, go on.
I feel like if I was going to weigh in on that question, I think like the people who tend to get underrated are just like the less technically good players, right? So like anyone who just like on the surface you watch them play and it's just like, oh, they're spewing, they're crazy, they're whatever. Those are typically any name in that category. I think I would agree as being underrated.
Excuse me.
Pretty interesting spot. Daniel bet pretty small, and now we see that really small in position river bet that we talked about earlier. Again, I think, reasonably appropriate on this kind of board texture, but certainly not a size that I would be using a whole lot of. I think for most hands, you're just missing value or potentially reopening the action too often.
Speaking of reopen the action, Doug raises with the top boat. Gets the
Wow.
value. Quick call from Daniel, presumably quite a cooler there if he called so quickly.
Yeah, with as fast as he called, Doug might regret not raising twice as big as he did.
No kidding. Especially because that's definitely in his repertoire.
Yeah.
7K in the middle on the left. Daniel's going for 5,300. Gets the value with trips, 3 streets. Nice one for Daniel there. We had probably, in my opinion, maybe the best answer that I saw was Jens Kylanen. Jens Kylanen. I only knew him by his first name, but Skaz just said that in chat. He's very I wouldn't necessarily say underestimated, but definitely underrated just by virtue of him not being very well known. But he's like a total boss. Not sure if he plays too much in the last if he's played too much in the last few years, but at one point he was extremely underrated, underknown.
Yeah, it's always really interesting, like the people who the general public knows off the top of their head, like mostly tournament players, mostly players who have had like success in the live scene. There's some amazing players online who just fly under the radar for like their whole careers, right?
Right. Yeah, one just came to mind. Shoot, was it Reagan on Stars? Heads up, German player. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, Heinecker, Nicholas Heinecker, I think is his name.
Yeah, I think that's right. There's a few of those Germans. I might be like mixing them up and talking about the wrong one, but no, that's him. That's him. Yeah, he was real good.
Says Stefan 1122. Even Mike Brady doesn't know him.
Pokerbod said JTS Bell End. Have you ever seen? I'm sure you know JTS and Skunk Den and all those Australian heads up
I do
players.
know. Yeah.
Did you ever see their YouTube videos?
Yeah, hysterical.
Oh my
Jay's
god.
Jay's actually super nice. I met him once in Vegas, and anytime we play online, he like types in the chat. He's hysterical.
Oh god, they're so good. I remember playing, I think it was JTS one time, and like I knew he was like a chatter, and like I made I wouldn't say it's a mistake, like I knew what I was doing, but like I decided to chat with him, like I said like mate in chat or something, and he just was like, all right, it's on, and the faucet was on.
It's on.
It was fantastic. It was a really good
Yeah.
experience. I mean, honestly, it got in my head a little bit. I probably quit the session sooner because of it. Like, hell of a chat game. King High winning one from D-Negs on the right. I'm trying to find that YouTube channel for those of you who want to see it. I think it's called. I don't want to say anything unless it's right.
You kind of feel bad for like anyone who was on the other side of his videos, because they were just like you can't come back to them. They're just perfect. Like they're so insulting, but they're so hilarious. There's really no way to clap back at someone like that. Is too good.
The YouTube channel for those of you who want to see these crazy Aussies just reviewing hand histories in the most lol way. Den of the Skunk on YouTube. Den of the Skunk is one of the guys named Skunk Den was his screen name. So yeah, check it out. There's like inf of them. I would recommend sorting by like view numbers or something so you get the best ones, because you're not going to be able to watch all these. There's so many, but they're so funny, guys. Check it out. 3-bet pot on the right. Doug the 3-better.
Getting my pronunciation updated. I'm told from Russia it's Stefan. Stefan.
Stefan.
Did I get that right? Hopefully.
I always thought it was Stefan, but what do I know?
I guess just the capital E. I wasn't sure if that was like Stefan or Stefan, but first syllable emphasized. I understand.
Oh yeah, Ponty Lad pointing out in the den of the Skunk Den YouTube channel. There's a lot of slow rolls, they're good slow rolls, really enjoyable. I never thought I'd get to Signal Boost, that amazing YouTube channel. I'm glad I did.
There was so many good chat memes that started from that JTS channel. He had all the best insults. But just like XX made and On Your Bike probably lasted by far the longest of anything.
Was On Your Bike? That couldn't have been originated from him, really.
I mean, I know he used it a lot. I don't know if he like came up with it, but that was like classic JTS chat.
Gotcha. Yeah, XX is like the one that I remember, just like giving someone kisses in the chat, like so good. AK pot going Daniel's way on the left of top pair. Jacks up. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
Jimmy's in our ear saying On Your Bike is Tony G, which was what I thought. I mean, I don't even. It originates with him for sure. Right. Yeah, I remember that.
maybe
And
Tony
Jimmy
G was just an avid Den of the Skunk fan. Who knows?
Yeah, could be. Could be. Way ahead of time. 8,700 in the middle on the right, 8,900 in the middle on the left. 2 3-bet pots with Daniel, the 3-better on both. Pretty different boards. He's going to get the fold from Doug on the right. Uses the small bet on the left.
And I think just in general, when they're playing this deep, we should expect to see more of the small sizes. It's far less of an attractive situation to start going, 3/4 pot on the flop out of position when there's really no way for you to get stacks in with anything other than a really nutted hand. You don't want to just start putting in 100K out of position with a one pair hand.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't want to just juice the pot with a large portion of your range when you're playing 250 blinds deep.
Certainly, I think there's a middle balance to be found. Still, on the left here, Daniel goes 3/4 pot, probably some ace queen, some ace jack, some ace king, because he got that safe turn card. But you don't want to check everything, but you also don't want to just put in huge bets with half your range like you might on a 100 big blind situation.
Checks to Doug now, who puts in about a 2/3 pot bet, 23K into 35K.
Pretty interesting size. Like it's quite good for your bluffs if you can just bet this size and get it through against other misdraws. But kind of claiming that he's value betting like an ace 5, ace 10, maybe ace queen, ace jack sort of hand. I think he just snap checks behind with any ace that loses to the board. And even ace jack feels kind of thin.
Yeah, these spots are always interesting because Doug just so obviously has so many missed draws in his range, all the backdoor clubs, all the backdoor diamonds, maybe a handful of king queen gut shots. And yeah, this is one of those spots you have to be pretty studied to be able to pick your bluffs in an effective, good way.
And it's just very hard for the out of position player to find a check call. Like once you've polarized on the turn to bluffs and value, what are you finding your check calls with? And unless you're just clicking your randomizer with ace X and deciding to check call some of the time, it's a pretty complicated spot.
Complicated indeed. Daniel mucks it. Doug takes down the 34K pot with no showdown. Nice one, Doug. Doug will be joining us for a quick chat after this session, guys, once play ends. So when you see Daniel sit out, stick around for a few minutes because Doug will hop on this call and we'll have a quick chat. Talk about some of the hands we played today. I say we like it's a team. He played today. I don't have anything else you guys want to talk about that is actually a good question. As I said before, you can go ahead and tweet at us to make sure we see them. At mbradycf. Kevin is at K Rabichow. It's just his first initial and then his last name. Easy to find. $11.7K in the middle on the right. This one went 3-bet from Doug, C-bet small on the flop, check, check, turn. Now Daniel's betting the river when check too.
With a bet this large, I think it just kind of has to be a king or better. Even though turn goes check, check, Doug's going to find himself in the situation with hands like ace nine or tens through queens. So it would be too thin to bet anything other than a king, I think.
And now Doug comes in for the raise to make it 28.5K. Not something Daniel's likely to want to see.
Super interesting. I mean, 6-5 suited makes a lot of sense from Doug. It feels a little bit thin, but when you have those two cards, it's just so likely that Daniel's value betting a king and doesn't have two pair.
What sort of a value range do you expect to see from Doug here?
I mean, those backdoor two pairs are probably the most common ones. Something like a 3-5 suited, 6-5 suited, 9-5 suited potentially. He does 3-bet pocket fives at a low frequency as well. I think that's a hand that we could see showing up here. But usually it's stuff that improved on the river because that turn card is such an attractive spot for just like a king, queen, ace, king, pocket aces to keep barreling.
Right, makes sense. Doug quietly winning a 26K pot on the left there with top pair. Let's see how that one went down. He had king five on a king high board. Looks like he must have 3-bet. He 3-bet the king five off. C-bet flop. Bet turn, check, check, river. That's what it looks like. Nice one from Doug there, getting some thin value from a slightly worse pair, presumably.
Yeah, those hands are tricky to play. Those are the hands that, we probably weren't 3-betting when, when Doug made the upswing course, for example. Those hands were not exactly part of the 3-bet strategy. It's in there. The solvers use these hands at a low frequency. And you kind of have to find your favorite way to navigate when you make bad top pair, which is basically what you're hoping for with a hand like that. Or you're just hoping to bluff with an overcard.
Big Ben WD asks, how are they keeping track of the official tally? That middle section, if you're talking about if by they you mean like us right now on this stream, we're estimating that middle part. We keep track of what one player's in for and then subtract their current stack, so we just get a rough idea. But then Doug and Daniel get the hard totals directly from WSOP.com. So that's how when you look at like the results page, upswingpoker.com/HU for Grudge, that's like the hard totals from WSOP. And then also when Doug joins us after the session, he can just look at his balance and see roughly what he was up or down. It doesn't include the rake they're getting back, but it's like roughly correct. So when Doug joins after, we'll know the exact total, or like close to the exact total for all intents and purposes. The total. 3-bet pot on the right now. Daniel making it 4,400. Doug calling. King Jack 5.
Daniel checking is interesting. I don't typically see him doing a whole lot of checking on these high card boards because he's using that very small c-bet pretty often. Do wonder if there's just a very certain range of hands that starts this with a check. And then this delay c-bet is, I mean, it's big enough that it kind of looks like he's representing, maybe ace jack, maybe pocket queens, but usually just a king that checked, pocket aces that checked, and like turned gutters, turned draws of some kind. Wow.
Got a nice 22K showdown there with sevens.
Really, really thin play that he mixed in there. The sevens definitely have incentive to bet on the turn. It's just good for protection. The hand's usually best, but to get 3/4 pot there is a pretty sneaky play.
Yeah, nice value bet. Really nice. I hope you were prepared for a session like this, Crab. I don't know if you knew what you were getting into with this.
That's the risk. That's the risk you run with these uncapped session times. Only a session minimum, which, yeah. I mean, I want to watch the hands.
Cool. Yeah, I know we're keeping you from dinner, but yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you making tonight, by the way?
I ate like half my leftovers when I stepped out, half an hour ago or whatever. Yeah, I was prepared for that. I mean, I cook at home a lot, as I guess the 50 people who just followed my Instagram are aware of. Um, yeah, I had some macaroni. Well, not macaroni, but cheese pasta basically that I made that was in the fridge. So no
Very
cooking
nice.
required tonight.
You eat it cold, or you at least nuke it?
I did nuke it. Yeah.
All right, thank God. That would be sad.
Certainly
Great savage. It's like you're a great heads up player, man, but that's a real savage.
there's not a whole lot. I'm actually I'm pretty particular about how I reheat my food. That's something that does fine in the microwave, but it's very rare that I would just grab something out of the fridge unless it was like a cold salad or something.
Yeah, I actually don't even own a microwave, so I definitely get that.
Oh, really?
That's the new saying, I don't have a TV. You say I don't have a microwave. Nice
Just
pretentious
like
thing to say.
the purist. Just you would never let such savage technology touch your food.
Yeah, no way. Three bet pot here on the right. Check, check, flop. Daniel bets 2,400 when check to.
That's right.
Never
Chef
heard that.
Mike. Chef Mike, as they call it in the restaurant business. Yeah. Really big check raise here from Doug. This is typically what Doug does for his turn sizings. I've noticed is trying to set up like he's willing to make the turn size really really big in an effort to make the river sort of geometric. So make that river bet, roughly pot or maybe slightly over pot, something like this. But as a result, this turn bet is massive, and Daniel does not have an easy spot here with anything unless he turned two pair or a set.
Daniel's got to call about 16K to win 28. But he's still got to play a river. And as you know, Doug does like to put in the river bets. Does get through. Overbet from Doug on the left here. About 133% pot.
Looks like a river probe, I'm assuming.
Yeah, let me double check. Maybe
know if
probe and
that's
barrel, right?
I don't know if that's more poker tracker language or if that's commonly understood.
Which one, probe?
River probe, yeah. I'm assuming he check called the flop, check check turn, bet river.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here. Yeah, he check called flop. First 40%.
So that's
Yeah, for
that's a
those who
pretty good sizing there. It was just the one, just like a medium top pair, right? Three flush comes in, but he still gets max value from that hand. I think that was a really good sizing.
Yeah, good stuff from Doug there. For those who don't know, a river probe is when you, well, a probe in general is when you bet out of position into a player who had the opportunity to continuation bet on the prior street. I know that was a mouthful, but that's what it is. So it's when someone elects not to c bet, and then on the next street you bet into them. So it could be when they c bet on the flop, and then the turn goes check check, and then you bet into them on the river, or it could be when they c bet or when they check back the flop, and then after raising pre-flop, and then you bet the turn into them. Those are probes, only possible on the turn and river. If you want to learn more about probes, Google what is a probe bet, and you will see the Upswing Poker article come up first, and then you can read all about them, how to approach them, everything like that. Basic 101 little guide for them. Three bet pot on the left here. Doug using a $2,100 size into 7,500. On the smaller side, gets through.
Pretty standard when the board is that dry. Single high card, pretty good heuristic to use for just small bet in general.
Foosball GG asks, are they allowed to take money off the table if they get too deep? No, they are not. That you can't go south in really any poker game. That it's called going south when you take money off the table and keep playing. But in a lot of heads-up challenges, you do see people reset stacks. So when you get super deep, you start a new table and start over with like fresh stacks, so you're not playing super deep. But these guys are savage. Daniel and Doug are savage. They agreed, no resetting. Just gonna play it out. Lucky for us, because that means we might get to see, some really sick-sized pots as this challenge progresses. Still, the biggest one we've seen so far is still, I think, the 130k pot from like session 2 or 3, but larger ones are possible. Both tables have the opportunity to break that record right now. Tiki Tick, I appreciate the kind words and support. I don't want to talk too much about myself on the stream here with a bunch of thousands of people watching, but if you want to tweet at me at mbradycf, I'll be happy to answer whatever questions you want to ask. You can also ask Kevin questions on Twitter at @krabichow. Sanguine asks, no big pots happening, so I can answer this. Do you happen to know what's the largest pot of the challenge so far? So yeah, that's what I was just talking about. The largest one, unless I'm forgetting one, Doug's overbet gets through on the left, is Doug 3-bets with aces. The flop comes 8-8-5. Doug bets really big, quite big. Daniel calls, turns an 8, so it's 8-8-5-8. Doug pots it for like 17k or something in that neighborhood. Daniel calls. River is a 9, so it's 8-8-5-8-9. Doug jams, and Daniel calls with 9-7. So he had a gut shot on the flop, still a gut shot on the turn, and then he rivered a full house.
That was a pretty cool hand, I remember. I know there was a lot of discussion about whether Daniel's play was just like a complete punt.
Yeah, and my instinct was like, oh, that was a horrible turn call, and then people who are better than me was like, actually, and I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense.
It was one of those spots that comes up so rarely. I just like wasn't even really sure of the answer, and from what I saw, and also from what like other people who ran Sims saw, it was just like they probably both made similarly questionable decisions in that hand. Like by Doug to just fast play aces is actually not the preferred play, and then Daniel's call on the turn with the gut shot is like pretty close, like just kind of not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, he had the best blockers for it. He had the 8-7 of clubs blocked and the 9-8 of clubs blocked. So yeah, it's supposed to mix frequency call is what I've seen kind of the consensus is. So as long as Daniel's not just like, calling every single time, it's a very reasonable play. Hard to know for sure. And then yeah, Doug
Right.
checking the turn is kind of the thing that a lot of people think he should have done, because aces is very invulnerable there.
It's just
allow
hard to
Daniel
get
to catch
called.
up a bit.
You have two aces in your hand, it's hard to get called, right?
Yeah. It's hard for them to have ace high, and ace high is going to be the most common combos of calls in that spot, or at least the largest chunk of the range. 3-bet pot on the right. Doug's betting a third. He gets called. We get the 7 turn. Who's this card better for, you think?
I think it's it's just over in an instant, huh? It's hard for that not to be better for the, like the passive play. Like it's obviously a strong card for the player who calls, but at the same time, like it's not quite so bad that the 3-better has to like completely shut down all sorts of their common hands. I think it just sort of like shifts around what types of hands that Doug is like most happy about. Maybe he was previously quite happy with a hand like pocket queens, but now he's kind of more happy about like pocket nines because it has equity and it blocks straights.
Interesting. Yeah, good point. Good question on Twitter. We do, or rather on YouTube, but I'll wait until this 3-bet pot is over. Daniel's c-betting on the right here. Ace of clubs on the turn brings a flush draw. How do these ace turns function in 3-bet pots usually? I've been kind of confused about that the whole challenge on like when it's better for the in-position player, when it's better for the out-of-position player. I know it's a tough question, but
I mean, kind of the key thing is just that it's like a very polarizing spot. Like, Daniel's pocket queens or like queen jack suited or king jack suited, these hands are like massively devalued now because Doug can absolutely just have like a random ace high backdoor flush draw. So a lot of aces in his range. But hands like ace 10, ace queen, ace king are still supposed to c-bet the flop a reasonable percentage of the time, and ace jack is a pure c-bet. So like still probably range advantage in general for Daniel, but like only kind of on the top end, right? Like only in the nut hand category. Whereas, there's a pretty high checking frequency most likely because Doug's just going to improve to top pair, I don't know, 20% of the time, 15% of the time, something like that.
Makes sense. Ooh, Doug's all in on the right here. Daniel goes for the triple barrel 28K call. Flush over flush. That's the biggest part of the challenge. Going Daniel's way. 7 high flush is good enough. Wow. Quite a cooler, but nice hand to Daniel there. That's going to get back about 90% of what he was down in this particular session. Nice hand, Daniel there. 185K. We did it, guys. We got the big pot. So yeah, we had this question from. Oh, do you have any thoughts?
Well, it's just a brutal run out for Doug, really, because so much of what Daniel's representing on the turn and then the river by like choosing kind of a regular like 75% river sizing is sets and top 2 pair and middle 2 pair kind of stuff. So to run into a flush there is actually really rare. Like even within Daniel's value range, it's quite rare.
Yeah, especially with the ace and the jack being clubs. We can't even have those combos. What do you think about Doug's flop peel with the 6-3 of clubs on the what was it?
I missed the exact sizing. Was it like did he go for the 40% or was it smaller than that?
I'm checking right now. Let's see.
I think if it was the 40%, it's a bit ambitious, but if he goes for like the small size, like the 20-25%, it's probably just kind of fine.
Yeah, he went for 3,200 into 8,800.
Okay, about 40. So yeah, it's a little questionable to me. Just the fact that like his backdoor straight draw is not really like there's no backdoor straight draw with that hand that makes the nuts. It's always like a second best straight draw. And of course his flush draw is quite weak as well. And it just like, I don't know, no high cards whatsoever. I don't think he has to pure continue backdoor flush draws basically. And that's one of the worst ones. So yeah, I would be pretty sensitive to sizing there.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's possible that was a low frequency peel or something like that from Doug, and he rolled the wrong number, considering the run out.
I mean, that's the kind of like it's so marginal, right? Like it's the kind of nitpick that I'm saying. Maybe a solver doesn't call this hand in this exact situation, but if Daniel gives up turn even a fraction more than he's supposed to, then it becomes fine. Or if he if he finds bluffing opportunities or river bluff catching opportunities that generate EV on future streets, then it just becomes fine. And like, yeah, it's high variance, but it's just the way that someone like Doug is going to find additional edges.
Okay, so we had this good question on YouTube from the original Air. Kevin, what do you think about Doug's challenge to Linus, Victor, Philimpses, etc.? I believe that was the 5 BB per 100 thing. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but that was more over the conversation of would you play it? What do you think about it in general?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I think that I think that for Doug to say that he would accept 5 big blind per 100, from hand number 1, like going in blind against each other, I think that the top players are probably gonna be a favorite against him, like at least at first, just because they're like, they're playing this game pretty much every day and have been for several years prior to Doug, relearning the game, so to speak. So I think that just like right out of the gate, they're going to be more sharp and they're going to be doing some stuff that he isn't prepared for. But I get it, kind of like I suggested with myself, trying to take up challenges. Like once you kind of get into it, like a few thousand hands go by and you start to battle more, the edges just disappear pretty quickly to like a sharp heads up player. So, there's not a lot to be had there, I don't think. I doubt that even Linus, I doubt that he's winning more than 10 big blinds against someone as good as Doug. That just it feels unreasonable to me. Like that feels like too much. But I also just don't have a great like way to calculate that. It's really hard to know what the edge is until you just grind it out and play each other.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of just guessing. Doug wins
To be fair, though,
with
I
the
think
river two pair on the right there.
like I do think that Linus is just like an unbelievably good heads up no limit player, and I personally am not interested in playing, and I don't think I think that if he accepts, he's probably a favorite, I guess is what I would say.
Daniel bets when checked too in this 3-bet pot on the left. Yellow dart 10. I just tried to update. I just tried a probe bet. It didn't work. Try next time, man. You got it. Maybe barrel. Try barreling.
Probes are great. Highly recommended.
It's regarding. I agree. Probes are amazing. Like, it's kind of absurd to say, like just saying like, oh, I like this one type of bet, but it kind of made me think of something. I had written an article on Upswing, if you guys want to check it out, called "You Probably Aren't Aggressive Enough in These 4 Spots," and one of them is probing. So if you want to Google that, if you just Google "You Probably Aren't Aggressive Enough Poker," you'll find it. But yeah, it covers 3 other spots as well as probing that like people are kind of too passive in general, kind of talking about the overall poker playing population, not like professionals. Professionals know it, but if you're a relative newcomer to the game or you just want to kind of refresh yourself a little bit, go ahead and Google "You Probably Aren't Aggressive Poker," and then you'll find the article I'm talking about. Jimmy's going to put it in the chat for you guys. I'll put it in YouTube too. It's pretty fundamental info, but it's valuable for those of you who aren't familiar with it. 4-bet from Daniel on the right here.
Pretty interested in how Daniel's going to play this 10 high flop, because I think there's just a lot of hands in the 4-bet range that don't look like they need to bet here. You get dealt like an ace king or an ace queen suited, or maybe an ace high bluffing hand in this situation. It just feels so unnatural to bet, but I think everything should just be betting. Daniel's going to have a massive advantage on this board texture. It's like sometimes he's going to be put in a weird spot. Sometimes he's going to have ace king and he's going to get check raised all in or something like that. But you just kind of, you navigate around it.
10 on the river. I have to imagine that's a little bit better for Doug.
I mean, I think a good number of Doug's 10s are just going to raise and get it in on the flop. It's probably fine for him. But yeah,
nice showdown for Daniel there. Ace queen high, winning a nice size pot.
So I think that's good that he bet the flop with ace queen. I think that's like an unnatural feeling bet, but it's the right play. And I think Doug just kind of had no choice there. He has backdoor, like way too much equity to fold the flop to that sizing, and too strong of a hand to bluff on that run out.
C-bet call on the right from Daniel. Check turn. So this would be a spot where you would probe if you're Doug, guys. This would be a probe if Doug bets. Poker 101. Goes for the overbet probe, 3,500 into 28. Pay Me on Time asks, how many big blinds per 100 would Doug have given up if D-Negs would have asked? It's a weird question because I think the answer is 0. I think like the way this went down, like there's no scenario where Daniel's like, well, that's really the main thing. I think there's no scenario where Daniel's like, hey, will you give me 3 big blinds? Like there's just no way. But in the fictional scenario where he does, I think Doug could could certainly afford to give up a few big blinds, but I mean, it's just not really how these challenges really work. Like you challenge someone and then they say like, oh yeah, okay, I accept, I'll battle you, but you got to give me like a handicap. Like that's not really, I mean, I don't know. It's maybe with a side bet, like an odds on a side bet, but like giving someone big blinds doesn't really happen too often.
I've heard of this happening like the odd time, like in a live casino, like someone's talking smack and at whatever at the Aria or something, and they like set up a private table to play heads up, and it's like, oh, I'll pay you $500 an hour to keep playing, or like $1,000 an hour to keep playing, or something like this. Those are like it's so strange to me, but it actually happens like a fair bit. I think you can like make up a number that convinces someone who would never otherwise play to just sit down and play.
Yeah, that's a good point. A little enticing. It's like when wasn't there someone, I think it was, I'm actually not even going to give him a shout out because I've heard he's kind of a scumbag, but someone offered JRB a PLO match where the pro would get, well, JRB is a pro technically, right? But this online pro would get 4 cards, JRB would get 5 in PLO. So that was interesting idea. Kind of along the same lines. Don't know if that one ever went down. I think it might have, and they like broke roughly even or something, but I could be pulling that out of my ass. Wobut says, I've been paid $500 to join a 5-5 PLO game for an hour minimum. Oof. That does not speak very good things about your PLO game, or indicate very good things about your PLO game. Three bet pot on the right here. Doug C betting for his smaller size, 1800 to 8200, gets called. Double flush draw turn.
I like the sizing from Doug. I think it's tempting occasionally to like block bet again here, but for the most part, he just wants to go full pot with good aces and bluffs and check basically everything else.
Can a hand like ace king jam for value on this river?
It can. It's not thrilling, and I think maybe if you happen to have like if you happen to have the ace of hearts or the king of hearts, it's like a pretty clear jam. I think if you happen to have no spades, like maybe you could mix in a check to check call, but that's just not a hand that folds in this situation.
Doug with the bluff, Daniel with the top pair with a very strong blocker. He's going to win a 100K pot there. That's going to rocket Daniel into about a 35K lead on the day. Nice hand for Daniel there.
I think that's just played well by both sides, basically. Pretty, like, just not much to be done with these types of hands. Doug's bluff is maybe doesn't look obvious because he had no draw on the turn, but he does have 2 blockers to an ace and a blocker to the rivered flush. It's pretty good candidate for following through.
Yeah, he blocked both flush draws on the turn there with his 10-9, so definitely reducing a lot of the or rather reducing Daniel's calling frequency quite a bit with his blockers. Makes a lot of sense. Seems like a hand that is gonna triple barrel at a really high frequency once it gets that turn, right? Because it's gonna hit the flush blocker super often on the river, quite often on the river.
I do think that if he gets like the pure blank on the river, he's supposed to give up, which is like really unfortunate when you just have 10 high out of position. But he will actually find some worse hands as well. There were some suited gut shots, I think, that don't necessarily need to have those suits, and he could follow through with those, as well as just like some other random kicker blocking things that don't block the suits.
4-bet and an all-in on the left here. Daniel's got to call 55k more. He does fold. Doug picks up a little bit back.
Pretty big shove again. Like both players a little bit hesitant to do the non all-in thing from out of position, which is it's reasonable. It's not necessarily a big mistake to jam, but I don't think there's quite that many hands that want to jam, for 65k over 10k.
Yeah, I assume ace king is the obvious one. What about the pocket pairs? Like what's the cutoff there?
I think the ones that are going to perform the best are like queens and kings, and then also like maybe not so intuitively like fours or fives or something, like kind of the stuff on the outer bounds of the middle types of pairs are going to do the best. Like queens and kings are going to do great just because they get called by worse. Whereas like fours and fives are just going to be pretty efficient bluffing hands.
Interesting. That could be it, guys. Daniel's sitting out. He gave him the 2 dots. I know you guys can't see the chat. We turned it off so you guys don't ask what he typed because you don't understand how chat works somehow. But it looks like it's going to be GG because when Daniel puts 2 dots in the chat, that means GG. So it looks like Daniel's going to book about half a buy-in win on the day. Hard to say exactly. We'll get the answer from Doug in a minute. Yeah, well played from Daniel there. Got unstuck and is booking the win, assuming he is indeed winning and our number is correct. Yeah, it was 3 dots, guys, but he did the 3 dots twice. So that means GG. I'm assuming we're going to see Daniel stand up in a moment, and then Doug will join us for a quick chat. Yep, that's going to be it. Good game. Really swingy session today. I mean, we had Doug take a quick 3 buy-in lead for about 120k, swung back in Daniel's direction. He was up like 60. Then it swung back in Doug's direction. He was up like 130 at one point. Now it's back to Daniel. He's up about 15. It might even be even. Honestly, I'm interested to hear from Doug what his balance says because it seems really close to even today. While we're waiting for him, Kevin, here's what I have so far to ask him about. We've got the small raise with 7-5.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Doug.
How's it going?
We're doing all right. Not as good as we would have been if the last 30 minutes or so went differently.
It was there was some unfortunate pots down the stretch there. Is my camera working? Looks like it's not.
It's spinning.
Let's try this one sec. How about now? Huh? No.
Not yet.
Maybe now. No. Yes. Okay, we did it. Nice.
Nice.
All right. How's it going, guys?
Going all right.
My internet cut for a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're back.
Sweet.
It was a long one, guys. Hey.
Yeah, that was the longest one yet, right?
Long
4
one
hours?
today.
Yeah,
I think so. I think that's the longest one we've done. It was a very, very solid long session. We were edge of glory there, and then we backdoored the flush, and I was like, "This is going to be amazing," but it wasn't amazing, unfortunately.
What was the rough totals based on your balance?
I think I lost like I like 10-ish or something. It's like very close. Very close.
We had it at 15. Yeah, good. Well, yeah, that was a swingy one.
Kind of a wild day. I was up like 160k on Perkins, and then he rallied all the way back to losing like, I don't know, 20 or 15, and then I was up like 140k on Negreanu, and he rallied all the way back to win. So it's just like,
well,
edge of glory.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, just a few hands go the other way. It's a big day. But I mean, I am a little bit relieved, and I'm sure that the Doug fans in the chat are relieved to hear that you did win versus Perkins, because based on how that stack ended with him with like
Oh,
a 5 buy-in stack, you with like a 2 buy-in stack or whatever, like it looked bad, but
yeah.
so not so bad.
Yeah, it was a little too much. I'm not doing that again. That was a bit out of line on my part. I think
Yeah.
two tables of 200, 400 with crossbook and or side bets or whatever. That's plenty. We don't need to add into the third 200, 400 table. There was one point where I had like a 20K pot over here, like a 30K pot over there, and then Perkins was firing, and then I was like, oh my god, I have like the amount of money that I'm deciding in the next like 15 seconds here is just like it's just too much, you know? It's pretty sick.
Was
Sick
that
indeed.
the pocket tens hand where we are dying to find out how you feel about the there were two simultaneous, I think, all in pots
Yeah.
with Daniel.
Yeah. So the jacks, I decided just to like call some. I mean, it's not a spot you're thrilled about, obviously, but I don't think you can pure fold it. We'll find out tonight. I think you have to mix calls. So we hit a very low number, and it was like, all right, and then it was just like, here's my money. So that was great. And then the tens, I just fucking called. I actually, and then I got stacked, and I was like, you're supposed to ever fold there, and I was like, maybe a little, but probably not. So we'll see. We'll also see tonight. We'll find out tonight if those were punts or not.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
speculating that while you were playing Perkins on the side, you maybe got mixed up and thought that tens hand was against Perkins, and that's why you called. But probably not the case.
No, I love my pocket tens. That's really what it kind of came down to. Kind of sucks having a heart there. Like having a ton of hearts is not ideal. So I don't know. It was difficult. Played a lot of pots today, man. Played some really big pots today.
A lot of interesting ones. Well, on that tens hand, how do you feel about your call, practically speaking, not in kind of theory world, knowing that Daniel jams the ace queen of hearts?
Oh well, I'm not good.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I thought.
I don't know. Like I'm really trying this challenge to remove how I feel. I try to play like this too. I'm really trying to remove anything about how I feel when I get showed like a play where it's like you're like, yeah, my play probably sucked. You know, you look at that and you're like, yeah, it's probably real bad. You just kind of try and keep plugging it in and practicing and learning your ranges and just keep trying to get better and keep trying to improve and realize that like, you're gonna make mistakes. You just gotta try and do your best. And one problem I've kind of had is like normally like when I play poker, I tend to be a little overly stationary, a little overly bluffy, a little bit. So I always am trying to like find a nice equilibrium on that. And I've made a few call downs versus Daniel where I called down either a lot or some or whatever, and I looked it up and it was just pure fold. And I don't think overcalling Daniel in big spots is going to be like a super awesome strategy. So I'm just trying to really strive for like balance and like just to play those well. Kind of what I'm aiming to do.
Makes sense. There was one hand we really wanted to ask you about besides that ace queen.
Sure.
A couple actually, but you had the 7 is mainly the river raise sizing, like we kind of expected a larger size. You had 7-5 on Jack 7 ace 5. Daniel bet the river. I want to say he bet like
Jack 7
ace 5.
Eight. Sorry, what was the hand again? Sorry, reset the board. Reset the hand. What happened?
Jack. Shoot, you were on the button.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it was 3-bet. No, it couldn't have been. So and then on the river, Daniel.
It's getting hard.
It was single raise pot.
Okay.
You're on the button. Jack 7 rainbow. You see bet small. Daniel calls ace on the turn. Check. River 5. He leads 2/3. You raise.
Yeah.
Like 4x or something.
Right. Yeah. I think I raised like 2/3 spot there. Yeah, that's an interesting spot. Like you're obviously not repping a ton of hands, but in spots where you don't rep tons of hands, you still need to find bluffs. So I usually just try to find like the right hands that make sense to do that because you will sometimes trap turn. And I think that that's something that like a lot of lower tier players or like weaker players struggle with when it's like lines that aren't conventional. Like everyone knows when you see bet and barrel off, you need to bluff there. You know what I'm saying? Everyone knows that. Everyone knows like in like standard river check, raise spot to you to find some bluffs. But it's like the weird spots where it's like most of your value range doesn't take that line. I think a lot of people tend to underbluff those lines, and they're not like searching to try and find bluffs. The thing is, you just have to like find criteria that are much more specific as your criteria to bluff those. Like in that spot, I had like the double paired hand, the low one that like, I mean, basically it's not the most relevant like the 5 blocker, but you're blocking like some boats, and then obviously you have good removal versus bluffs. It might be that those hands are pure calls. Like a lot of times I run them and they're pure calls. They don't like raising. But the problem is, like, as a human being, when you're in situations, you need criteria to pick bluffs. And so sometimes I just pick the ones like that I know I can consistently do, rather than like the ones that maybe are like completely optimal.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like that advice. It's good.
Because it's very hard in some spots to find the right bluffs, So what do you think today? Kevin, right? Kevin Rabichow? Yeah, Kevin. What do you think? What do you think about the play today? Good, bad, shaky? What are you thinking?
Feeling like, like solid B, maybe.
Ooh,
like
nice.
right in this, not too bad, not too,
Okay.
not like not peak performance maybe, but it's like
Right.
a solid B, I would say.
Solid B, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Does
That's.
that line up with how you felt about the session, or?
I feel like I played good actually. I think overall there was some really interesting spots. Like we had some deep pots that were getting really weird and kind of wild. And of course, there's also a lot of hands that don't go to showdown in some of those spots. So, yeah, I think I played good. I think I had a little too much on my plate for a little bit there, which impacted me slightly. But yeah, I think good. I think the 10-9 triple was kind of interesting. There was like some different concepts kind of going on there. Not your like favorite bluff of all time, but sometimes you just gotta find the right bluff or find enough bluffs. So I think that one was probably okay. But the 6-3 of clubs hand, close on the flop. Like
We talked
maybe
about
just
that, yeah.
maybe just pure folded. I'm not sure. We definitely paid the price for not pure folding it. Maximally punished. But I think after that it's you could maybe low frequency mix fold turn, but I don't think you can do that very often. And then yeah, I mean river is close again. Maybe they're all close. Maybe all streets are close. It's a classic Doug had. Everything's on the table.
Yeah, classic Doug. Do you mind saying, did you mix on flop with that 6-3, or was that a pure call for you?
We got a little bit in the mix. Got a little in the mix there. I can't get too specific on all my frequencies and stuff.
For sure.
And
you rolled a number though.
I rolled a number, and the number said, "Let's see a turn." And I was like, "All right, let's see a turn." And then I saw a turn, and I was like, "Nice." But little did I know we were not in nice territory.
You need that offsuit 6. Well, any of the 6s.
It's tough. It's tough in some of these spots because he uses so many different flop sizes now in Theory Pot. Like he's really mixing it up a lot. So sometimes you're like, okay, this was like versus 20, and this was their 35. This is like versus, and so you're like constantly having to be like, is this the cutoff? Is this the cutoff? Is this the cutoff? And you're just like, you're constantly getting like pop quizzed on like on like what the cutoff points are. So it can be difficult, in real time to know, like, because like there's a chance it's like, okay, versus like 25, it's a fine peel, but versus 40, it's a punt. That's like, totally possible. So it's like hard sometimes to like really differentiate these cutoff points, while trying to play in like standard pacing and stuff. Sometimes you just have to like give it your best go and hope that your backdoor flushes hold or are good, or you get there, whatever it is. So, and then river I think is interesting too. I mean, it's the biggest pot we played at the challenge by like a lot.
Yeah.
River is also interesting, but I'm pretty sure flushes can just all go for the gold there. So I think it's probably fine. But again, like I don't fucking know. We'll find out later. I feel like one of the problems with poker now is like it used to be like, well, what's your opinion on this? And then so, well, I think this, and someone else is like, well, I think that, and you're like, oh wow, 2 interesting different opinions. We'll never know which one's right. And now it's like we're gonna know who's right later today. It's like not like It's not going to be like, wow, poker's like so beautiful and like there's just no way we can know, man. It's like not like that anymore. It's like we know, and like maybe I just fucked it up. I don't really fucking know.
I mean, for what it's worth, when we were talking about that hand as it went down, Mike's first question was basically like, "Does he need to call the flop there?" And I'm pretty much like, "What size did he use? Like, if it was small, probably for sure. If it was 40%, like maybe fold." But then like, of course, there's that factor of does he realize equity a little better than the sim?
Yeah.
Does he get more turn or river bluffing opportunities than he does in the sim, right? And like those things can make a big difference. So there is still a bit of feel to it, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I think some stack depth considerations are also worth. Like I assume as we get deeper, you're gonna be floating it more. It was 30. It was 36% of the flop, and this is what I'm saying. Tough. These are just tough. Like, is it just pure fold versus 36? Is it? Might be. Is it pure fold versus 30? Probably not. Is it pure fold versus 45? Yeah. So I don't know. We're gonna find out. It was unfortunate, man. I was feeling the run out. I thought we were gonna be good. It's also a spot where it's kind of hard for him to have a ton of flushes, I think, on this
Yeah, I
spot
mean the
early.
ace and the jack were clubs, so we'd have to have like the 10-9 of clubs, like something like that, perhaps. It is tough.
Yeah, he can't like the way that because I have 6-3 of clubs, so I don't think he's gonna be barreling a lot of paired club hands. So like I think if he has like 9-8 of clubs, he's gonna be check calling that somewhere. Probably like a chunk of flop and then rest turn. I'm not saying it's impossible he goes bet 9-8 of clubs, but I think it's pretty unlikely. At least not very often. So, maybe he could have like a 5x of clubs, but I have 6-3 of clubs. So like he doesn't have 6-7 of clubs. He doesn't have 6-9 of clubs. He doesn't have, he doesn't have a bunch of these combos. Yeah, 10-9 of clubs, 9-7 of clubs, 10-7 of clubs. It's not very many flushes that realistically you lose to. And then also like I just don't have like there's just not that many flushes here because so many of the high cards are clubs. So it just kills so many combos. I think any flush can just go for it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think any flush can go for it. It's fine.
Well, not in the strategy realm. We had a hot debate in chat over this particular session. We're gonna get your opinion on it.
Okay.
Some really like big, I would say big name players were on a side that I would not expect them to be on. But okay, so you're familiar with the term backdoor flush, right?
hmm
What is the other kind of flush draw?
Front door.
Okay, so it's a term, guys. It is a term.
Wait, there were people arguing that
Primo losing his mind.
front door is not a word?
Well, it's a word, but
I
like,
mean, not a term in poker? What else would you
right?
call
Yeah.
it? What would you call it?
What we
Flush
were kind of speculating is flush draw. You end up just the way it's used. When you reference a front door flush draw, you just say flush draw most of the time. So that's why most people, or a lot of people, I should say, didn't know it because it doesn't. It only comes up when there's two flush draws and you have to differentiate between them. But it was pretty funny just because like so many people were like front door flush draw. Never heard that, and including like Primo.
How? How have you
I don't
never heard that?
I don't know.
That's just the standard terminology, right? Is there
I mean,
like some?
I'm the one who used it. I of course think it was standard terminology, but
Yeah, for sure.
Primo just kind of lost it. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize that was. I didn't realize that wasn't standard. What other big hands did we have here that?
We did have
You had one
that
where
big one that didn't show down, right? Is that the one you're going to ask,
yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I was just about to mention that the Jack 9-7, 1 diamond, 5 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. He bets 25k on the river. You rip it for like 18k more, and he folds.
Yeah, we'll
I know
just.
that's a tricky one. Well, I assume we'll never know.
There's just no way that we'll ever know that one. There's just no way. It's not possible. There was one where I had pocket sevens and 3-bet, and he called, and it was 7-5-2 diamonds, and he had ace-9 of diamonds, and the flop went 15% call, turn was a 2, went check, 40% call, river was another diamond, check, and he bet 20% pot, and I check raised, and he called, and he had the ace-9 of diamonds, which was, I mean, kind of brutal to not win all the money there.
Yeah, it's like you got the board pairing turn, but then you got the 4th diamond.
It's weird there when like he bets so small on the river. When he bets like 20% pot, it's just weird. Like you want to like raise to a size that gives you room with other hands. And obviously you could split between a couple strategies, but yeah, it's a hard spot, I think, to really use like an all-in, because all-in's so big. But not getting all the money versus that hand is just not good times. Oh my god, we had a hand where I 3-bet ace-4 of spades and he called king-2 of spades and we both flop flushes. There's been a ridiculous amount this challenge.
He actually tweeted about that. He tweeted that one. He said I flopped king high flush for say that was so like we knew the show like what he had despite not seeing the showdown.
Oh
He
yeah.
tweeted it. Yeah. Brutal run out.
I mean the double pairing. The double pairing was not. We played a lot of big fucking pots this session. This was a crazy one. We had a lot of big hands.
Yeah, pretty nuts that you're within a buy-in.
Yeah, I think I have to look at the numbers after, but I think it was like, yeah, like 10, 15K. Crazy.
The people want to know if you're streaming on Friday.
It's the game plan. Yeah, we're gonna stream. We're gonna put the blockers on. We're gonna show a few hands here and there. We'll let the good people in on what we have in some spots. It's not gonna be like a trolling around, betting 1 through 7, showing you all my hands, like just ripping it in with the whatevs. It's not gonna be like the good old days, Brady. It's gonna be high stakes on the internet, serious business.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I'll take the day off.
I think I probably won 20K today, and I feel kind of devastated, to be frank.
I mean, I don't blame you.
Or maybe I won 5K or 10K. I don't know, man. It just so close. It was so close. When I hit that 9 in the hand he had king 7, I was like, this is just good to be great. He played that hand very badly. That was a very, very badly played hand from him. But it was still a very lucky hand from me, which is what's important. Getting lucky. That's what we're here to see. Lucky cards coming out and someone getting stacked.
Man, Primo will not let this front door flush thing go. He just tweeted a poll.
Dude, front door, this is not a debate. There's no debate going on here. Front door flush draw is a thing. That's not a debate. This is a weird. What'd you say, Jimmy?
He calls it head up.
Oh no, it's him, Mike Matisow. Who else calls it that? It's like 3 people. No one else. See, only 2 people apparently. No one even knows. There's 2 people that call it head up. You never want to be on a list where it's just you and Mike Matisow. That's just a rule. You never want to be on that list. I like that Matisow put his bankroll down on D-Degs and Trump though. At least he's got that going for
him. Yeah.
See, nice I think Brian's poll is pretty misleading because we called it a front door, we called it a front door flush draw after a second flush draw developed. So it was important to say it at that, right? It was either on the turn or the river. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was on the turn. I'm replying with my own poll, and I called him a dog.
Good move. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so misleading. The question was, is it a term or not? Not would I say it if there was one flush draw? Yeah, this is very misleading.
Obviously, you're obviously not saying front door on the flop when there's only one type of flush draw to talk about.
Yeah, it differentiates. You also might say it on the turn or the river if there's only one flush draw, but to differentiate like the likelihood, right? Like if it's a flop flush draw, it on the river, if it completes, it's a lot different than if it's a turn flush draw, like combo wise.
That's a good point.
So you'd say like the front door versus back door in those spots, like to like, you know, right, or if there's 2 flush draws, yeah.
Right.
Very misleading.
Well, this is what you guys are here for, right? The incredibly valuable discussions about whether or not something is a poker term. That's what we cover here on this channel. Hit that subscribe button.
That's what we need to know.
All right, let's see if we have any good questions to sort of round this out. Do you have any interesting ones versus Perkins you want to talk about?
Let me just look here. Today was so goddamn swingy. Oh, let's see. Oh, all these are kind of standard. Some of these are not standard, but I don't want to just make fun of Perkins. Okay, I think we're good on the Perkins on the hand histories.
I also just so our audience doesn't feel blue-balled, I'll give them one that I caught earlier. Wasn't, I mean, it was whatever. It was Perkins defends versus Doug's open, flop 10-9-5 2 diamonds. Perkins check raises, Doug 3-bets 10-9-5 2 diamonds. Perkins calls, turn queen offsuit. Perkins leads for pot like 63 blinds into 63 blinds. Doug jams with pocket fives, bottom set. Perkins has queen 10 for turn top 2. So there you go. There's a hand for you guys. It happened. Doug won.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna get stacked there, but I'm not a huge fan of the donk pot lead.
Yeah.
Seems maybe a bit ambitious, but Perkins could be an ambitious guy at times. He can go for some ambitious moves. In the middle of playing, he like stopped and called me. So I'm like 2-table Negreanu. I'm playing Perkins. He sits out and he calls me. I'm like, yes. And he's like, hey, I just wanted to make sure. It's cool if I have a pre-flop chart up, right? I'm like, is this a fucking troll right now? Is this like a troll? Like I'm playing 200, 400. Perkins is on the phone like, hey Doug, can I use a pre-flop chart? Like what the hell is this? Like yes, you can use a pre-flop chart.
I was blaming Timex for that meme that he put on Twitter earlier, for the reason that Perkins tried to play you exactly during this match. He's like, oh, I actually have a brilliant idea.
Yeah, it was. I mean, to be fair to Perkins, I probably gave him some EV there, and I'm not going to do that again. But Perkins was real close to having a big loss today. If his eights versus ace king didn't hold, it was going to be a expensive day for Perkins. So it was unfortunate. I mean, whatevs. I ran hot before. It's poker, man. Swings, hot, not. And the crazy thing on WSOP is like I play all these hands versus Negreanu. I can't see what my red line is. I can't see what my 1-1 soft flop is. I can't see what my one hand is. I can't see what my EV is. I can't see what like the graph looks like. I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like I just have like some rough stats from people that are counting flops. Just like that's where we're at right now. So I don't know. It's tough. Like I've never played so blind before. Kevin, have you ever played a big match like completely blind like this? No hand
You mean
histories.
blind, just like no
No
not
HUD.
having any.
No hand histories.
Oh yeah, like a bunch.
You have? What sites do that?
Well, like, I mean, just maybe like because I don't have any recent hand histories. I don't mean. Oh, you mean like nothing coming in real time?
Yeah, in your career playing Heads Up,
Right.
which I
yeah.
imagine you've played some games of Heads Up.
Yes. I
Okay.
have.
How many times did you have no hands at all for the matches you were playing?
Yeah, I guess that probably only happens on like an app or like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty uncommon.
Have you ever had it?
Maybe not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's weird. You're just
I'm
like
thinking I was thinking just like playing with no HUD, which I do all the time, because like if I don't have like a previous sample on someone, I just think it's like kind of worthless. But like
yeah.
to not even literally be able to go back and look at hands.
Yeah, if you want to look at hands, what you have to do is you have to log in and you have to pull up their replayer and click back and forward on the hand to like see what's going on.
Yeah, that's a new one. I mean, for a while, well, no, I never really played Heads Up on GG Poker, but like for a while, you had to go in and like screenshot the replayer every time you wanted to go back to look at a hand because it would just disappear into the ether as soon as you left.
Strange. But they had hand histories, right? Or no?
You can download them after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Normally, I kind of agree. I think the HUD is less valuable now than it was back in the day. Back in the day, it was so important because everyone had humongous leaks, and so knowing like kind of the style, and even just like knowing stylistically what people were doing, like You had guys that would see bet a lot and guys that would check a lot. And you'd have guys that would probe a lot, and you have guys that wouldn't probe a lot. And you have guys that would 3-bet a lot, and you have guys that would not 3-bet at all. Like there was like so many more like styles that it was kind of good just to know sort of what you're up against. Whereas nowadays, I think people play kind of more standardized because you can so easily find a lot of the answers to things. So it's a little less important, I think, nowadays than it was back in the day. But it's still nice just to know, like, you know, what's going on in some of these spots, and especially when you're playing a big match for someone over a lot of hands, you would have a lot of stats like when it goes to showdown. What's my one at showdown? I kind of can tell you some things. So what's off flop? What's my non-showdown winnings like? What's my all of these things, right? And like,
Yeah, like I'm someone who uses those stats like all the time away from the table. But like when I'm playing, like for the last probably couple years online, when I'm playing, like I rarely reference them while I'm playing.
okay, yeah, that's fair. But then even in the post session, you can't go through them. You know, it's not like you can look and see what happened and things. You're
Yeah.
just out there with a goddamn machete, and there's fucking crap all over the place, and you're in the jungle, and you're just like chopping down fucking branches and like just like going through, and you're just hoping that you make it to civilization. So far, we've been chopping down some vines, so that's good. But you know, it would be nice just to have some clear vision.
I mean, that would have been, oh man, if you held that that lead you had, you would be up about 700K in the challenge right now. Maybe,
Is that
maybe.
is that what we're doing? We're bringing me on to like tell me about if I had won.
Yeah.
Hey Doug, just by the way, if you had won today, wow, you'd be up a lot. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome. I mean, I'm not above needles, especially when they're subtle.
Wow, it wasn't subtle, bro. Wow, if you'd won, wow, you'd be up a lot. You'd be up 700.
And what you're up now is not a lot, just to be clear. That was the threshold.
So little. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna call it a day here. I'm feeling real run down. It was a long session. I appreciate you guys staying on for the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. Good stuff. Appreciate the action. Good to sweat.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
This was a fun session.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin, for the analysis and stuff as well.
Sure.
All right, guys, to the audience, tentatively, not 100% stone lock yet. Okay, I don't want to say it's stone lock, but we're probably gonna do this. Likely next session will be a stream. I'll probably fire it up 10, 15 minutes beforehand. We're gonna be on, no, maybe like, well, we'll see what happens. A little bit beforehand. We're gonna be on a substantial delay because I can't allow any live tells of me yelling shit while like I'm playing high stakes. And then we'll have whole card blockers. I'll show a few through the session, and we'll see if it's too distracting or not. If it's super distracting, it might be a one and done. But if I enjoy it, and realistically, if we win, we might keep doing them. So